Should be live. Seems like everything's good. Let's see. Twitch is good. Okay, let's get the YouTube link. There we go. Oh, that is unmuted reenaction there on the YouTube link. Not what we want to hear. Some echo, and I never want to hear echoes. Unless you're actually intentionally doing it for some reason. You know, there are times where you might need to echo stuff, but this is not it. Wait. Nope, got added the message. Forgot my smiley face. There we go. Smiley attained. Okay, so you'll see that I'm at the house right now. Because I just turned this in and we have finally done it. We now have the Rococo leather soft cap, or soft end cap. Which means if we go look at the collection, we're complete. We have completed every single one in period. Didn't need to do every single one because you only needed 25 out of the 26. I forgot to keep doing this quest, actually, now that I think about it, for the colonial style house. So I need to get started on that. Now, which one do I want to go do next? What's the old world look like? Oh, old world doesn't even have anything for collection. That's kind of weird. Alright, I guess we're not doing old world. I guess we can do townhouse. What is down here? There's a lot of posters I don't have. Alright, well, let's start with this one, I guess. We are finally done with period. So we are completed that. That's good. Speaking of which, let me make sure to grab this quest here, which should be... Can I not grab it while I'm in here? Alright, let's grab that. Speaking of which... Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to press this. Mystic Frontier is not complete yet. Oh, okay. Too early for the Mystic Frontier. That's a rarity. Okay, let's grab all the stuff here. Let's start the weekly. Oh, fellow Wild Hunter. Look at this guy. A little bit stronger than my Wild Hunter, to say the least. I wish I had these Vend Rings. We'll try to buy. Actually, is he stronger than me if I go into boss gear? Now I think about it. No. No, he is not. But I don't know if he's in boss gear. Let's see. Lucas with the 8-month sub. Thank you so much, Lucas. Welcome, welcome. Here's to many more months of streaming. How you doing today? You do any bossing yet? You get anything interesting? Oh yeah, I want to change my hotkeys here, because it's this into this into this is apparently the best. Yeah, okay. Alright, 246. We get a reinforced earring that I don't need anymore, but hey, we'll take it. Oh yeah, I gotta do the minigames again. The last week of minigames. Get the 1k points. Or 1k tickets, I should say. Alright, do we get rewarded with a Dominator today?
Blind to the difference between. I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life,
No, not on this character
a
anyways.
slight pang of guilt at making you.
Okay, swap over to the farm set. We've grabbed the dailies, but we haven't done the monster perks yet, so let's go do that real quick. Okay, that's that done. I really want a better android for this character. That's the only character that I'm like, I hate the android on. I don't have a good one. Hopefully there's somebody at the Besto shop I can buy, like a Sarenroid or Pilloroid or like one of the when I bring those around. Always like grabbing one of the boss ones. Actually, now that I think about it, don't I have an android that's using some wings right now on my one of my boss missions? I need to check that because I want to get those off. I'm gonna log in the boss missions after I'm done this character to check that. Oh, I see what happened. I was like, wait a minute, didn't they just change the hotkeys? But I have two different presets for that, so yeah. Would recommend you do that for yourself. Have your farming preset for skills and having your bossing preset. Or not, keybinds I should say, not skills. Because that's very nice. And that is done. Apparently Wild Hunter gets a pretty massive buff next week. I wasn't aware of it. It's like a 8 to 9% final damage buff. Which, you know, I'm not going to complain about, because that's going to be very nice. I don't think anybody ever complains about buffs to their class. Now, there's a very key wording there. Buffs to your class, okay? You know, there are instances where they remake your class and it's called a demaster. That's not a buff. That we can complain about. Alright. Another monster park done. Lucas comes in, gives me a sub, and then proceeds to go do his bossing in AFK. In chat. Well played, Lucas, well played. I'll take it though, I mean, hey, a sub's a sub. AFK helping out on groceries. Okay, I was correct that you went AFK. That's all good, Lucas. You gotta do what you gotta do. Groceries are important to get into the house. Especially if you have anything that's perishable and it's hot. Don't want to keep that outside for too long. Gotta get it refrigerated. Welcome back, welcome back. Did you do any of your bossing yet today? You get any drops or anything interesting? Hopefully you've been having a good day also. It's gotta be better than my Wednesday was. Holy shit that I have a bad Wednesday. Well, it was just one part that was really bad. The rest of the day was fine, but holy moly. The start of the Wednesday. Woo! So as you might not, well, you might know, might not. I do talk about this decently enough. But it was garbage day yesterday, and recycling day. So, to start off the story, we must go back a whole month ago. So 2 weeks before this week, they decided that they were not going to take my garbage. So those garbage bags had already been out for like 2 weeks, right? Because we have a 2-week cycle for them picking up our garbage. So I'm out there. They don't take the garbage bag. They say it's too heavy. It's a bullshit reason they put on the note. Because that day he didn't feel like picking it up because it smelled like shit. Because who would have guessed? When you have garbage in a garbage bin, sitting outside in sweltering heat for 2 weeks potentially when you put your first garbage bag after, you know, garbage day has passed. Yeah, that thing's gonna stink after a while. Who would have guessed? So every now and then you get hit with the BS reason of, oh, it smells too much, I'm not taking it this week, screw you, right? So, that doesn't get taken the 2 weeks, or, yeah, 2 weeks ago. But that had already been sitting out for like a week or two at this point. So, it's omega smelly, it's not fun. Then, the next week, they just skip my house for recycling. Like, straight up, just skip it, forget about it, something happened, they didn't take my recycling. They take recycling every week. But that's the week before this week's recycling. So last week, they didn't take the recycling. So at this point, I have a garbage bin that hasn't been taken for like a month now. And I have recycling that hasn't been taken for a week. So I am like, omega overflowing, we got too much garbage, we got too much recycling, everything's rough. But then, it comes to yesterday. I go outside, I go start doing it right, because I'm already annoyed by it, because it's like, holy shit, I'm going to be out here for a while. And, of course, a raccoon broke into the garbage and destroyed the garbage bag that's been sitting out there for a month. So, on top of everything, I now have to go pick up the garbage stuff with, like, I gotta get some gloves on, I gotta get a shovel, I gotta shovel it into new garbage bags, I gotta do this whole shit. It's all over the place. I'm picking up garbage to put in a new garbage bag. And, well, you can guess, it's been a month that this garbage bag has been sitting out there. It's infested with maggots and other bugs, right? Disgusting shit. So, yeah, that's what happened on my Wednesday. And I went out like an hour before they usually start passing. Thank God I went out an hour before, because if I would have went out like 20 minutes before, ain't no way I was doing it, because I spent like 32 minutes dealing with all this shit to put in new garbage bags and fix all the stuff, and I'm over like, it was not a good time, to say the least. Yeah, it was an adventure, and it started off the day on the wrong foot, to say the least. And then the night before, I found out that one of the YouTubers are like, watching, lost his battle versus cancer. So it was like, yo, dude, can we chill right now? Like, what's happening here? Like, we do not hit the man while he's down. Being a little sad over the death of one of his YouTubers. Which, in this case, this was Simo. He was a Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber. And I got into him because well, I don't think he started the series, but I found him through Raren. Because Raren did a video with him of, like, Raren rating Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and Simo rating Hearthstone cards. So they would rate, like, their opposing, like, the other person's, like, game cards and see if they were good or not. And it was really cool. And then I found Simo through that. And then through Simo I found CGB, which is Covert Go Blue, which is a Magic the Gathering player. And they were doing a bunch of videos together. And it was really cool. And, well, Simo has unfortunately passed away to cancer. Which sucks. So yeah, that was like, I had that news the night before I do this garbage, and then I went into the garbage day. So my, like, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning was omega shit, and then the rest of the day was fine. But it was not a fun time, to say the least. Would not recommend anybody have that experience with the garbage. And the whole experience with the cancer thing, also bad, but, you know, that's not something I can really much about. It is what it is, unfortunately, for that type of stuff. Maybe one day we'll be able to get rid of cancer entirely, but today is not that day. Maybe one day somebody will find the cure for cancer. God knows many people have tried and are still trying for it. But yeah. And now we're playing Maplestory, and we're hyped for the release of Challenger World 3. And, you know, we got some bossing to do this week, so hopefully we get some drops and stuff. And, you know, it's, hopefully goes well. And I don't forget my house quest, because I keep forgetting my expansion house stuff. So, you know, let's actually remember to do this quest today. Apparently it takes a week each time you do this, which is ridiculous to me. Like, I already collected all the items. Why do I have to spend another week getting the rest? You'll also notice that there's been some changes to the NX items on some of my characters. Most of them were slight changes, like my Wild Hunter has a face mask, aka the white bandages from Halloween on it now. Some other characters have been pretty changed in quite large ways. And I also got the transmog I think I'm going to be using, or the NX set that I'm going to be using for my Lara when it transfers over, depending on how it goes. That I have preset in the Ren's cash shop right now. But yeah, how's your day been, Lucas? And anybody else in chat? You guys having good days? Hopefully. Also, I hope nobody was eating food because, yeah, the garbage story is not exactly the most pleasant thing to hear while eating food. I know for me, it doesn't really affect me, but I know for some other people, hearing something like that might, you know, ugh. All I have to say is I've seen some shit, because we have bears and we have raccoons and we have animals that like to break into garbage. So this is not the first, nor will it be the last time I have to deal with something breaking into my garbage and me picking up that shit. Fun, fun. And now you might say, but don't you put it in the shed or something and stuff like that? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna tell you something. If a bear really wants to get into your garbage, it's not being stopped by like a shitty shed or like the anti-animal like garbage cans and stuff they say. Yeah, it's not stopping a bear, okay? And raccoons are pretty crafty. They figured out how to unlatch this stuff and that. So yeah, also those animals are kind of hard to stop. You'll come to learn that certain animals just don't give a shit about what you try to do to stop them. You can put preventive measures, but if they're desperate enough for food, they're gonna figure it out and they will get it. But yeah, that's been my last day since you guys saw me. Definitely not the worst days ever, but definitely not a fun time. Now, on a lighter note, I watched the Kobe video, aka I Sling Guns, about what the Challenger World stuff. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do Hard Kai week 1 no matter what I try. I don't think that's happening week 1. Week 2, I'm going to be maybe able to do it. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's going to be hard to tell. But week 1, I got to get to normal Saren solo. That's what I got to do. I got to get a normal Saren solo. Which should be possible. I don't actually know how hard normal Saren is relatively. But if I can get to, like, rented gear status and such, I should be able to do it. Okay, that's that done. That's that done. Okay, I want to swap to these characters, so I need to check their androids. Do I still need Saren this week? Uh... No, I'm good. Lucas, you can give it to somebody else. Because it would have been the Wild Hunter, but the Wild Hunter already got it. Free green pouch on Mystic Frontier. Congrats, Smart. Stage 1 without having to roll. Free AF. Nice. Hopefully that upgrades into something sick or just gives you something good. Okay, what do I have on the Android here? Oh, this is where my carbon coat and stuff went to. Do I really want to put that? Do I need any of this stuff, though? I kind of like it on this Android. I could put it on a different Android, though, because this is quite the fit for an Android. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Alright, time to do the worst cash shop transfer thing ever. Do I want to put it to the Nova or the Anima? Anima, I think, is the one I want to send that to for now. Okay. Oh, and I also have the illusion rings in here. Okay. Let's go put those illusion rings on somebody. Okay, to the cash shop. We're going to turn into a Jaguar here on this character. Do I want the big Jaguar or the small Jaguar? I think the big Jaguar. There we go. Manai Lord's a Jaguar now. And we have another one to use. Do I just give this to the mechanic? I could turn the mechanic into a mini Jaguar. But the mechanic has a stat. Do I put it on the Xenon then? Is the Xenon? But the Xenon is going to get moved off this page. Because this is going to be like this, and this character is going to get... Like, this character's moving down here, so this is going to move Xenon off. So it would be the mechanic that's last on this page. I guess we give it to the mechanic then. So I gotta put that on the resistance cash shop. Why did they make the cash transfer thing so ass? I'll never know. Switch to this character. Are you the one with the wings on the Android, though? I think I'd take that off for you. No, you have basic Android, that's right. Okay. Do I not have wings? Is it the Aaron, then? I thought I had an extra set of wings somewhere for Aaron. Or not for Aaron, but on an Android, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, let's see. Do I even have an Android? No, I just have the Midnight Black Coffin on it. Oh yeah, I used to have wings on it, and then I got rid of it. That's right. Alright, well, I was wrong on my things. I do not have them on the Androids. I didn't realize I had otter stuff in this cash shop. Cash transfer this, confirm, put that on Anima, so it can just be consolidated. Let's go to the mechanic here and make that into a nice little meme character. Actually, how ridiculous is it gonna look in my mech? So this is mech form, and now I am just, oh my god. I barely see over the visor of my mech. Okay. Looks absolutely hilarious. I didn't think about it. Do any of these characters have random stuff on an android or something I put on? I never actually checked their androids. I checked themselves for cash items, but I haven't checked them for any cosmetics on like an android or something. Okay, you don't even have an android I can use it on. Would any of you even have androids though? And I'll probably just check that later, honestly. I'll go through my characters and check that for that. Wait, back to doing dailies. Okay, to go looks a go. Oh, I gotta log back into the other character, actually, because I didn't do the Mystic Frontier. It had like 20 minutes left on the timer when I looked. And that was at the start of his dailies, and I think we'll be good now. Actually, I almost forgot to grab the keys. On, like, the key in here, I almost missed it on one of my characters yesterday. And it's just like, oh, that would be awkward. Wouldn't be the first time. 'Cause that has happened in the past where I forget to pick up the key, and then I'm just like, good job, Bozo Rin.
Still blind to the difference between.
I guess I can just go back to the other character after I finish these dailies. Where's my... I know they reduced the animations for stuff, but like... Am I crazy, or is my animation for the attack just like straight up gone at 0? Yeah. Thought it was still like 5. Okay, so the effect just disappears from auto attack. At 0 transparency now for this class. I don't think that was a thing before. I think that's a bug. I also didn't turn in the house quest. Yes. Forgot to do a lot of things on the Wild Hunter. I'm not thinking about it. Just get these dailies done, we'll go back to Wild Hunter and fix that up. I wish there was a way to make androids follow at like slightly more distance so you actually saw them behind you. Because my wings usually cover my androids. Well, hold on. I'm picking up the bricks, but I don't have the brick quest in this character. That's interesting. So it's like active, but not active on all characters? That's such a weird buggy quest. Because I guess I don't have the items, so technically I can't turn it in. Yeah, okay, so it just activates for the account for the housing quest. Today I learned the housing quest is account-wide. Do 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 do. I didn't swap. I just saw the rune timer and I was like, that's not the right rune time. Hopefully you get something good out of that green pouch, though. Better than, well... No, better than cubes. Cubes just aren't that much. I don't mind the reward. Like, I'm like, it's better than what you get for the other shit roll stuff. You know, like a single red flame. You know, that comparatively to that, it's better. But it is a green pouch, so it should be way better than that. But, you know, hopefully you get something decent out of it. Okay, that's 300 mobs done. Probably way overkilled as per usual, because that's just how I roll in this game. I guess there's also the KMS showcase on the weekend. Guess there's also that to hype up for. I kind of forgot about that a bit. That's gonna be pretty big. We'll get some good news out of that. Well, I say good news. We'll get some news out of it. Whether it's good or not, we'll see. But Maplestory has been pretty good and on top of like making some pretty hype stuff. So I feel like the train's gonna continue. What would be the thing you guys would want to see the most out of the showcase? I don't really know what I'd want, because like all the stuff for the most part is like, there's probably going to be a level update, which will help us unintentionally in a way, because it'll squish the level requirement stuff for XP. So that's good, but it's not like I'm going to be 300 plus anytime soon type of thing, right? So it's like, helps me, but doesn't really affect me in a way. I'm not actually making use of the content. I don't know if they would announce a new class. I don't know how often they want to plan on releasing new classes in Korea. Wild thing that it could, like, I feel like this would be a wild thing, but they adding the Shine classes to Korea. I don't think that'll ever happen because it's GMS exclusive stuff, but that would be wild and be very good for the Shine classers. Actually, it might not be good for the Shine class people because they are OP right now, and Korea doesn't really do OP. They balance stuff, so I think the Shine people would be pissed at me saying that. Let's abort that option. But I feel like a new class would be pretty hype if that did happen. I don't know if it's in the cards though, because they just remaster. Like they're gonna be remastering Mechanic most likely in that announcement, so we kind of know that. But I don't know if they'd release a new class alongside a remaster. Okay, we gotta go back to the other character. That reminds me, am I close to leveling up a symbol on this character? No. Okay. We go turn in the house quest, do the Mystic Frontier. Those are the two things we need to do on this character. So, Mystic Frontier first. Yes. Claim rewards. Hey, it's a booster. Alright, give me a Seraph. You're like the only thing I need nowadays. Now if I see a Seraph, I'm very happy. Cerberus, Seraph, you know, I tried, I guess. How many coins does this character have left on it right now? 112. Alright, I'll be spamming that soon enough. Because this character is about to turn into useless Mystic Frontier stuff. Okay, there's that. We didn't do the quest turn in, but also... Oh, because I have to log... I see. Okay, that's done. Is it actually take a day each, or is it just a bug? Or is it like they changed that? Nope, it is not changed. Maybe daily gift. Extreme growth potion. gives a lot more than I expected. It gives 0.01%. That is more than I expected. I'll be real with you. From that, mildly surprised. Okay, let's grab this, and, oh, this is the one that has the White Angel rings, that's right. I play this character, though, so I actually want the wings. I also have 2 other pairs of White Angel rings, which I don't know what to do. I don't have good, like, NX for an angel theme of any sort. I have, like, a halo, and I have wings. And I have, like, nothing good for the rest of the outfit. Do I have a cooler? Do I have an android? What androids do I have for this character? Maybe I could take the stuff and give this character an android that's not human. So then it's just... Because this could make, like, a pretty good angel mod. I don't like Damien Droid, and I don't like Pixel. Yeah, because this is using, nope, decorations are in. Yeah, it's using all this stuff. Which is pretty good. Let me just keep it on this character. Do this, do 6 for that one, and then bop this. And we get a superior belt. Okay. I don't want that mod though. I might change that up. I guess it's... Oh, but then... Yeah, so my other character... Could also change the mod on my... There's a chance that your dad has been flashbanged by your Frontier character. What happened, VB? Flashbanged by your character. What are you wearing that you got flashbanged by? Hypnox, Strap-on, and Karini. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, that's a cursed image. Why did you do that, poor man? What did you do to deserve that, VB? Also, welcome to the stream, VB. You know, I'm surprised you haven't posted that in my Discord to just flashbang everybody with a cursed ass transmog from Frontier. Now that I said it, he's gonna go do it. But that's because I want to inflict upon everybody in my Discord pain and suffering with witnessing VVB transmogs. You don't go to VVB for good transmogs. You go to VVB for the cursed transmogs. He'll say they're good, but they're cursed. But sometimes you want the cursed mog. I should probably activate the Rune Run. May as well, before I start losing XP for not activating it. Anti-bot technology, which I don't think has ever actually stopped the bots in this game, but hey, they tried. Okay, let's grab these memories. Now the question is, am I going to make a curse title with a custom title, or am I going to make something else with it? I'll have to look at that. I haven't actually looked at it. Or do I just random and just claim a title for whatever? Oh, big soul. 50 mementos! Or memories, I should say, not mementos. Forty more mobs, and then we're done. Alright, that's done. Is there anything else on this character? No, that's it. Man, just doing dailies feels weird. Oh, one thing I do need to do, though, before I forget it today. Check in that. Oh, yeah, because I did normal Lotus on the boss mules after reset, and that's why I counted, because I was like, how the heck did I get this? But that makes sense. Anything I can upgrade with that? We're going to keep believing that this might work out and this might work out. We'll keep doing those two for now. That'll just help the Challenger World character. Monster Collection's kind of useless. I should have done Solarita from bossing for the other world. because this might potentially overlap, so we're going to do that and see what happens. You'll notice that the Kinesis Mog has changed just a wee bit. Alright, in we go. Will we get something? Will we get nothing? You never know. This boss doesn't really have much for us anymore, but I'm always happy to see the drops. Mostly looking for Doms, though. You know, we use this to build up the pity to get to the Dominators. That's what we do. And the infinite coin stack to get an insane pendant. Yeah, Dominator pendants. It's a pretty crazy name, VB. I know, right? I'm looking for a Dom in the area near me.
Still blind to the difference between...
It's surprising how often that name gets used, and then the context that it's for. So freaky with his abbreviations. Look, there's a lot of abbreviations in a lot of games that you kind of realize just, kind of whack. Yeah, the thing is, the combat power thing is not readable Dom thing. The dominated pendant's not breedable Dom. Muscle mommy to cuddle at night, yeah. Jesus, that's hilarious. What's the other android I have for this character? It's just the Lucid Roid, right? Yeah. Okay, that's that done. Let's go to the next map. And the actual game, well, actually it's MS. Alright, sir. Alright, nobody abbreviates Maplestory to just M. It's always MS. No, I wish it was a flashbang like that. Smart, I wish. VB, you gotta go post the cursed Mog in the chat for the rest of the class. Well, you could post it on Discord, I should say. And then I can ruins everybody's eyeballs with it on stream. You're on a different server. What do you mean you're on a different server? What happened? Did I just leave that map before? Yes, I did. Alright, we'll be back there in a bit, I guess. You play on 3 Frontier servers. What the? Did you just play on every single of the private servers? Or what? Is that what happened? When did that start? Or has that always been a thing and I just never knew? Because we only ever played on the one? I never went to renewal and all those other ones. Madness Gaming Network, never heard of that one. Rain and Renewal. Okay, I knew of Rain and Renewal, but I don't know about Madness Gaming Network. What's up with that one? Like, what's the specialty of that one compared to the other ones? Ah, I see. How big is the Frontier population on that one compared to the other two? Because I know Renewal and Rain are the two, like, bigger servers. Smallest? Okay. Do they do anything special compared to Rain and Renewal, or is it just, like, very similar to Renewal in some ways? Okay. MGN basically has no incentive for anyone to play on it, but you're working with the lead dev and he's also Moroccan. I see. You're trying to make it into something. Trying to drum up the hype for your server and get some reason to play on it. Gotcha, gotcha. It's pretty cool. Also hilarious that you're both... By some happenstance, both of you are from the same place. Playing this super niche game. Congrats, congrats. Alright, that's 100 mobs done. There. And this is done. I think I should follow through with that one, VB. I think I should message you on this one. Troll the shit out of you. Make an alt account to just message you and troll you. And I believe that he just sweared at me in Moroccan. Let's go find out what that means in Google Translate. It's apparently believes that's French. Papier de toilette. PQ. Okay, well. Wasn't expecting you to go with the French route of that, and I wouldn't even also think of it like that. Yeah, I live in Canada. I've never seen it spelled like that in any shape or form. Papier de toilette. Yeah, that's how it is in Canada. So like to me, I was like, there's no chance I would have figured that one out. So I thought it was a Moroccan swear or something. Because it was like, well. Not French enough, gotta level up. No, it's called different French for different places. The French I speak sounds nothing like the French in France, and then Quebec also has like a way different French. And I don't even just mean accent-wise. It's like literally how we speak and how we say stuff is just like, that's not the same. We say different ways of doing it. BC. I don't know. Like I said, I've only ever heard it be called papier toilette. I've never heard another, like, any of these abbreviations, any of the stuff you guys are saying. I've literally never heard that in my life. So I genuinely do not know. To the next map. VC. For washer with water closet. Oh my god, I see. The Franglish is real. Gotcha. Weekend in French, and we say fin de semaine here. That's also what we use. Most of the stuff between me and Smart's probably going to be very similar due to us living, like, relatively, like, we're living in the part of French Canada that is in Quebec. For the most part. Like, I know you're in Quebec, but you're, like... You're in the... Oh, wait, you're near Ottawa? I'm also near Ottawa. 3-hour drive? Which is relatively close considering Canada's stuff. Not gonna say the city, because, well, I don't really want to dox myself, per se. So, you know. But you can make guesses. Yeah, I don't live in Ottawa, but it's, like, not that far of a drive, all things considered, when you think about how big Canada is, and, like, everything is, like, quite a far drive if you're not actually living in the city. There's a bunch of Canadian Maplestory streamers. Yeah, I've noticed there's quite a few Canadian streamers for Maplestory. Don't know why we all like Maplestory, but we do. South France using some Moroccan words, and Morocco uses some French words. Like they say kif kif for same same. And we use cut for pressure cooker. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard kif kif in my life. Kukut, I think I have heard, but I feel like I've heard most of the people just call it like just like the actual just one-to-one equivalent of pressure cooker. Just translate it into French like one-to-one wording instead of that. Like I said, I've never heard it before, and I don't know how you're supposed to say it, because I've never heard it. It's not something we use here. Ever. Yeah, the Automod doesn't like that sentence. For the most part, you know? Yeah, it really doesn't like that sentence, because, you know, it's not. And if you mean it in-game, League of Legends has ruined that sentence. Yeah, if you say white Vitalis, white fatty, I had to add it to the Automod thing to be like, no, this is not insulting a white person by saying they're fat. Contrary to what it would sound like. Because I had to do that for white Vitalis, and I think I had to do it for a few things. Well, he's a moderator, so I don't think you can time him out. It's what happens when you have a name that's called White Vitalis and we abbreviated it to White Fatty. Oh, yeah, I guess that is, yeah, no, you were talking about the point one, yeah, you are true. Technically, yeah, I forgot about that. I was thinking in the literal sense of like, but he's a mod, how do you time out the mod? And then I forgot that I have the point incentive. Because, you know, we haven't seen our friend here that loves to do it to him all the time nowadays in the form of... I was going to look, I was like, when's the last time Starry did it? But it's been a while since it's happened, actually. Yeah, well, you guys haven't come up with good ideas for what you want to spend points on, so everybody just keeps timing out VVB as their, like, go-to. TTS, I don't like TTS. Like, the TTS stuff, I've seen those redeems, and, like, there's a fine balance for it, but I really don't like it most of the time for myself. I think I should add that for, like, sub-messages and, like, that type of stuff. But not for just a random redeem you could spend points on. Even if it was, like, a lot of points, I feel like people, it would just get annoying to me. Not really it, huh? That's all I gotta do on this character? Yeah. Yay. Dude, how hot is it today? What happened? Why does it feel so... Is it, like, super humid? No, humidity is pretty low today, supposedly. Feels so bad right now, though. Holy moly. Don't like this heat. Also, I got bit on my leg by a mosquito, and it's pissing me off because it started itching. I kind of wish mosquitoes didn't exist here. I really don't like mosquitoes. Do mosquitoes exist in Morocco? Okay. You guys have mosquitoes? Okay. Huh. Unfortunately, unless I went to Antarctica, mosquitoes exist everywhere. Oh, Iceland apparently doesn't have any. Wait, You know, today I learned mosquitoes are everywhere, essentially. Feels bad, man. Oh, I see that you redeemed that. I didn't even realize that was a redeem for a PQ help. Which is party quests in Maplestory. You and your looking at abbreviations and being like, haha, me making a joke out of the abbreviation. Do I even refund you your points for that? That was a pretty bad joke. And you are a moderator. Yeah, I don't think I refund you your points. I think you get those points just gonzoed. Not like you really care for them, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, there's a fragment. And also, this is a map that has 100 mobs to be killed, and I'm still here. Well, you know, we're doing what we do. How many of these have I activated now? Glorious Graduation, how many are we up to? 185. Okay, so tomorrow we finish that off, pretty much. If only we had cross-world groupings. One of these days we'll be able to play with the Hyperion boys. One of these days. It was only talked about like a year ago, but eventually it'll happen. Oh. Bigger node and a node stone. Where are my pets? Always surprises me when they don't teleport sometimes, because it's like I just jumped from the bottom floor all the way to the top and they didn't insta teleport to me, so it's just like, what happened to you guys? Where are you? And today is another Scorcher day. Seems, looking at the weather forecast, tomorrow is going to be way cooler, and then it like breaks entirely after tomorrow. Thank God. Tired of this heat wave. Hello, Selene. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to and how you doing? On your way to bed. Well, thank you for checking out the stream before going to bed, you know. Getting that late night Maplestory fix. Okay, I think after this I'm gonna... Considering playing again due to Challenger War 3, well, it's definitely a good time to play on. Challenger War 3 is the, to no surprise, better than the other two Challenger Worlds. Seems to kind of be the theme. Every time a new Challenger World comes out, it just gets better and better. Which makes sense. Got any plans for what class you want to play? I am running out of water. Blade run last time, thinking Hayato, Adele, or Dual Blade. Well, of the three of those choices, Hayato is by far the strongest. It's very meta, very powerful since its remake. But it's also a non-KMS class, so be aware what that entails of it might have bugs in the future, slower updates for fixes and stuff, and other random non-KMS problems. So that's always a risk. It is extremely OP right now, though. Like, if we had a tier list in terms of, like, damage and how OP it is, that one's, like, SS rank, like, S+, you know? And then Adele and Dual Blade would be, like, down in, like, A tier at best, comparatively, in terms of OPness. Not that the Adele and Dual Blade are bad by any means, but compared to Hayato, there's just no comparison. More on aesthetics and easy to play? Okay, so of the... Well, aesthetics is personal preference, so that's up to you. But for the ease of play, Hayato is definitely the easiest to play of the three. I would say that Hayato... Because Hayato is literally all about his burst. And its burst window is pretty short, and you're done within, like, 6 seconds or something like that. And then when you're not bursting, you're a wet noodle that doesn't hurt for shit. So your off burst barely exists and doesn't really matter. So in terms of ease of play, Hayato is definitely the easiest to play out of them. Dual Blade and Adele, like Adele has gotten a lot easier over time. A lot more stuff can be sequenced. And like a lot of the annoyance factors have gone away, but it's definitely more complicated than Hayato and more active in terms of like having to maintain stuff and like a lot more button pressing, I would say. Not that it's necessarily that hard, but it's going to be a more active class. You know, like you got to maintain your swords. You've got to like press your buttons. You got to be like you're got DPM. You know, it's not just a burst class. And there's a little bit of maintenance because of the whole summoning the swords and stuff like that. And then Dual Blade, I would say compared to the other two classes that you have on the list, I think that one is the weakest of the three in terms of like just overall. I wouldn't recommend it compared to the other two. I would say the other ones are better overall in every shape, way, or form. So unless you really like the aesthetic of Dual Blade, yeah, Dual Blade definitely comes with more issues and requires more work to get to the same point as the other ones. I don't think it's necessarily a bad class, but compared to the other two, there's a little bit more like work to be done with it. You also have the annoyance of having to do a Sweetwater Katara, which requires you to do... Yeah, you have to tap your secondary because you have to get a Sweetwater Katara, which requires you doing Commercy. Which Commercy isn't that bad, but a lot of people don't like doing it, so that's one thing. If I go... Nope, it's on the third thing. There's Commercy. So you gotta do this thing, which is the whole Commercy boat. It's... Honestly, I wouldn't recommend Dual Blade. I think Dual Blade, out of the three choices, like, if you don't like you said, the aesthetics, the lowest priority, compared to Adele and Hayato, in terms of damage and everything else, I think it's also weaker than the other two classes. And then you also said you're looking into Ho Young. Ho Young is a very strong class. It's definitely not weak. But I think out of all the classes, it's more complex than the other three you have talked about. I don't think, again, I think it's the same thing as Adele. It's like, once you learn it, it's fine, but the initial learning curve is a little bit higher than, like, some other classes. It's got a lot that you need to, like, learn at first, but once you figure it out, it's a pretty simple class. Like I said, none of your classes that you've chosen in your list are, like, extremely complicated. Yeah, Hayato, because of how strong it is, the only boss you'll have any issues with Hayato, if we go look here in this list, is going to be Will when you start soloing it, because the way Hayato works just doesn't work well with how Will works as a phased boss. So you spend a long time in Will, but once you get stronger, Ascents just kind of delete Will, so then you don't have the issue anymore. So it's like a little bit of a pain point at the start for soloing Will. This is specifically for soloing it, right? Because in a group, obviously a lot of this stuff goes out the window of like difficulty in some bosses because people will just burst the different phases and stuff like that, and it's fine. But yeah. Also, you said you never did endgame. So, like, how far have you gone into bossing? Like, what's the furthest you've done bossing, Selene? Lotus hard. Okay, so yours, like, pretty early game. So, in terms of learning the bosses, I think Adele and Hayato will be pretty even in terms of, like, they've got decent survivability, they've got good enough movement to get you around and not really be an issue in any of these bosses. Like, you're not going to just, like, walk in and flop over. I think they're both pretty good at, like, just survivability. Hayato definitely has the better of the movement of the two, because Hayato has, like, insane movement. But I think in terms of, like, just learning the bosses, I went to press X instead of press S, so now you get to see the Ren origin. Congratulations, me. But in terms of that, I think they're both pretty good at, like, learning bosses. Yeah, Hayato definitely has, like, insane mobility and stuff. because of all the movement options. But like a lot of the time, you only need a few of those to actually do bossing. So. What about like, is there anything else you'd want to like know about for the classes? Is there something else you're like wondering about? I guess the one thing I should mention, Ren's mobbing a lot. Mobbing wise, I don't think either of them are gonna match Ren, because I think Ren is like. You main WoW? Okay. Did you do Mythic rating in WoW at all? Out of curiosity. Doing daily stuff? Alright, if you're mostly going to be a daily story player, I think both of the classes are fine. Like, if you just plan on, like, kind of stepping your toes into bossing, doing some group bossing randomly, and, like, just doing daily story stuff, I think either of those two classes are strong for that. Like, you'll be able to enter bosses a lot earlier on Hayato in terms of soloing them and just, like, being able to do, like, enough damage to be participating in bossing, because Hayato is that OP right now. But if you don't really plan on focusing on bossing and you're just going to be playing, like, daily story, I think that becomes more of an aesthetic thing in, like, which one you prefer looking at the most. So then that, both of them are solid choices for that, because I think their farming's pretty equal for the most part. Hayato might edge out a little bit better just because of his dashing and stuff. Might be able to one-shot mobs and do some cool stuff. But I don't think they're either of them are like god-tier farmers. Further down the line? Yeah, Hayato is a bit better for that in some ways because of how OP it is. You're able to get into a boss earlier than the other class, than Adele. But the thing is, like, I don't think the gap is so wide in terms of, like, if you like what Adele does more in terms of looks and, like, that stuff. No, I know what Hall of Fame and CE is. I played, I cutting edged and was almost Hall of Fame in WoW for a while. I forgot to mention that. I was like world like 300 and 200 at some points in playing WoW during like Legion and BFA in that time. Since then, I haven't really rated too much in WoW. I've still done Mythic Plus and stuff like that. Main Havoc and your alt is Sub Rogue. Yeah, I was a jack of all trades, so I'd play like a lot of different classes. I was Shadow Priest for a bit. I played Red Pally. I played Rogue. I played Warrior. I've played Death Knight. I've played like I was just the jack of all trades, so I played whatever we needed. You prefer mobility and burst in general. Well, if you like those two things more, then I'm gonna say Hayato is the better of the choice because in both aspects, Hayato wins over Adele. I would show you what Hayato does in terms of mobility, but I have not played it since its remake, and I don't even have the skills put in. So I'm not really the best for, like, showing off Hayato. I just know what it does. And, like, I've seen Hayato's. But in terms of mobility, this Hayato is way stronger than Adele. In terms of mobility. And in terms of burst, I don't think there's a single class in the game that competes with Hayato burst. Hayato is the highest burst class in the entire game. What's my main in Maple? So, I'm a Legion enjoyer, so I don't really necessarily have one main. I've been working on 6 Legion champions at the same time. But my main roster is Ren, Cadena, Kinesis, Angelic Buster, Kana, and Wild Hunter. Which the Angelic Buster is going to get replaced from a Challenger World 3 character in terms of Legion champion, but I'm still going to play it, obviously. But it's going to get replaced with Alara. So I'm a mix of like extremely hard classes and super simple classes. Because I have Cadena, which is extremely button intensive and very hard to play. Wild Hunter Remake's pretty good. It's gonna get a pretty big buff of like 8 to 9% final damage in the next patch. And it's a very simple class with really good mobility. I'm gonna be making a Lara on Challenger World 3. Because the new Lara remake just looks really fun to me, and I've liked Lara, but I hated the whole Dragon Vein situation. But yeah, mobility-wise, Wild Hunter is like S tier. Because, okay, can I stop infinitely looping myself right now? I was just trying to show off the mobility here. You have you have a double flash jump, which is really powerful. Your up jump is incredibly high, and you can also flash jump after up jumping. If I go into a boss real quick, just for a boss room. Oh, let's go to the or this one. Let's go into here and just go into the practice mode real quick. So there's an ability that you see I put this mark on the target dummy, right? You can repress that ability that I marked it with to teleport to that mark from like pretty much anywhere. Whether you're in the air. It's a 0.5 second cooldown also. So there is no cooldown. Like, you need to teleport to the mob, you can teleport to it. It's pretty far. Actually, I can show it off on Kalos. Let's just go to Kalos real quick and show you how ridiculous the range is on this. Because Kalos is probably the biggest boss room I can get initially. There's Kalos. Let's go to Kalos. This character's not strong enough to do Kalos by any means, but... Alright, we go in. So Kalos is a pretty big boss room. So you put it on the boss. He's all the way down there, right? And you're like, oh, I need to teleport back. You can teleport any map, anywhere, anytime to the boss, as long as he exists and you put the mark on it. Because like you see, I'm all the way on the other side of the map. All the way to the far corner, and I still teleported to him. So for something like Kalos, you've never done this boss because your hardest was hard. But you can see that there's these little like light balls here that are currently inactive. But on this thing, when you press this, you get a ball that you shoot out. There's different systems that you need to hit with this. So like, you could literally run up to the system, blast it with your orb to turn it off, or like start turning it off, and then just teleport back to the boss. In terms of mobility, Wild Hunter is definitely S tier. Now, for how easy this class is to play, since you're on EU, I've been playing on Solus. Should I focus on making stuffs for links and stuff, or not bother? So, the good thing about the Challenger World is that links are important, yes. But for the Challenger World itself, you want to make the character that you want to play, because once you get to Emerald rank, which is 30,000 points, you get 20 potions that instantly level up a character to level 200. So that's instantly 4,000 Legion levels and 20 characters' link skills. So if you make it to Emerald rank, which you can do through daily story very easily, like tons of people made it to Emerald rank, like just doing daily story and just like learning a few of the bosses and getting through them and just like progressing a bit. Yeah, it's like as long as you actively participate in daily story and eventually decide to do some bossing within a 3-month period. Let me see here. There was I believe there's a calculator. Somebody made one. There it is. Okay, let me pop this up on stream here. So it was a Reddit thread that I clicked. Let me go to this, and let me go Firefox Visuals, Properties, make sure it's on this. There we go. All right, so this is the little calculator site. So Challenger World is going to start on this, and it's apparently lasting for 3 months. So we'll go from June to July, August to September. Apparently, we have the dates. It goes from like this to this right now, I believe is the timeline. So you're aiming for Emerald. Let's see. Does it have... So, from what I understand, getting to 280 through daily stories is not impossible. I think 280 is like attainable by the end of the Challenger World on this current one just from doing dailies. The thing is it's much easier this time because last time Monster Park stopped at level 270. There are now new Monster Park stages going all the way up to 290. So your daily XP is going to be way up because the Monster Parks are just better now. They're also increasing XP in a lot of other ways because of the events and stuff like that. Like there's going to be a lot more XP that you're used to. There's also some new tickets. I guess there's only 280, so those don't matter. But 280 is way easier than you think, even. You might even be able to theoretically get to 285. I don't know if that's possible, but 280 is definitely possible. Like, pretty easily. That's having done no bosses. Why is this? Ah. There we go. Now we have the images. Okay, so let's put you at 280. We're aiming for a good old emerald rank here. So just from getting 280, you'll also be gold. You're going to be able to do, let me just get the easy bosses out of the way. You'll be able to do all these bosses because you're just going to exist. So just in the bossing that you did hard Lotus. Did you ever do hard Damien or did you not do Damien? If you're able to do hard Lotus, you're definitely able to do normal Damien, so that's not hard. You'd probably be able to do normal slime. You're definitely going to have done... Is it easy for the gear? I believe it's easy for the gear. If you did this one, you're definitely able to do that. Will isn't that bad. See, Loom, this might be hard. This isn't that bad. So you'd be missing 5,000 points to get to Emerald. Is there anything? Oh, weak, nope. Oh, I didn't set a start date for this, so that because I reset the site, so that messed up. Just make sure September. Oh, I didn't put a date for September because it didn't 16th. So you would need to learn some better bossing. Because all these bosses, if you're able to do hard Lotus, you're able to do these difficulties pretty easily for these bossing. If you're 280 though, and the daily rewards and all that, you should be able to do hard Damien. So I'll give you a bit extra points there. And then of these bosses, I think moving up to Chaos Gloom wouldn't be that bad. And then just doing, oh wait, maybe we don't even need to do that because we might be able to do this and this. No, you need to do one of these. Okay. So in terms of bossing, you would have to learn some new bosses, obviously. So you did hard Lotus. If you did hard Lotus, you're not that far off of doing hard Damien for the most part. It would take a bit of learning, but he's not a very hard boss. I'd say hard Lotus and hard Damien are relatively the same in terms of difficulty. Damien's just more tanky, so he takes a little bit longer. But if you're able to do this, you're able to do this one. Now, for the rest of these bosses, normal slime has one major mechanic, but it's not a very hard mechanic. If you're a Mythic Raider in WoW, you can definitely learn slime. You can definitely learn Lucid and all these bosses. And like with Hayato, some of these are going to be way easier than you would think too, because Gloom is a very burst-oriented boss in a way. Because Gloom... I guess I could just show you off these bosses, actually. We can just go and show them off. Let me enter in a character that could actually push the phases pretty easily, so I can just have an easier life when I show these off. Because doing it on the Wild Hunter, I can do all those bosses. You've seen most of them? But you've never played them, right? Okay. Yeah, none of it, like, if you're a Mythic Raider in WoW, you can definitely learn all these bosses. As long as you put in a little bit of effort. Oh, shit. Yeah, for the bosses, like I said, so... Damien, if you did Lotus, you can do Damien. That's not a question. Like, the combat power is very similar between them also, so, like... As long as you take a bit more time, you can do the Damien. It really depends on what you want to, like, how much time you're going to be willing to put in to learn some bosses later on in the Challenger World. Because the other thing is you have the rental gear. Did you ever make use of the rental gear on the last Challenger World for your Ren? Or do you not know where the rental gear is? Essentially, yeah, once you get to the Emerald rank. Does it, if I go back to the site here, does it show the rewards for getting to these ranks? No, it doesn't. I know rental never really used it. Okay. So the thing is about rental gear, and the thing is about the Challenger World, is you remember the burning set, right? From the last Challenger World? You had like your entire right side of equipment was all burning gear, and then you had a weapon with it. So, unlike last season, it's going to go up in higher stars. Okay, yeah, you had to do a lot of learning. Okay, so for the burning gear, that's going to be upgradable to 22. But you'll have to solo some bosses to be able to get to 22. So most likely, if you just do daily story and not really boss too much, and you're just doing some like lower rank stuff, you'll probably get it to like 20 stars, maybe 21. That'll be helpful. Hello, Sal. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time. And then the rental gear handles your left side for the most part. So on the Challenger World, once you get to 10k, you get a ring that's called... Second, I didn't open the right menu here. Oh. I forgot this hotkeys on this character is like weird compared to the other ones. You get a ring of restraint or a continuous ring, depending on the class you pick. For you, on your classes, is 100% going to be a ring of restraint that you pick. So the Genesis Pass is incredibly good. But the thing is it requires you to do the bossing to actually make use of the Genesis Pass. So depending on how you do your bossing... Let me finish off the rental gear first, and then we'll talk about the Genesis Pass to just finish like one side of the equation and then talk about Genesis Pass. So rental gear lets you buy accessories, totems, and one ring. So the ring isn't going to be that useful for you on the Challenger World because you're already going to get a ring of restraint when you get to 10k points. But before that, you could buy it to help you with bossing. The accessories to buy the entire set was like 1.5 billion mesos. And what a lot of people do is they buy it and then go solo hard, lucid, will, gloom, chaos, hard Varicilla, dark now, guardian angel slime, chaos, and all their other bosses. And it lasts for 2 days. So they would buy it on... Well, it's going to last 2 days now. It used to last 1 day. But you would buy it on reset of the Tuesday. And then use it on the Wednesday. Or it'd be like slightly after reset of Tuesday to be able to do your bossing. And then you'd use it to double dip and get next week's reset to buy and get another set of bosses done. Now that it lasts 2 days, you could just buy it on Tuesday. It would last until, like, after Wednesday. And then you could just double dip like that. But that's mostly, people would do that if they already knew the bosses. But rental gear is incredibly powerful. It, like, almost doubles your combat power in most cases. If you don't already have accessories and stuff. So it's a really powerful source, but it does cost mesos to buy it initially. It's also very good to use to learn bosses, because you'll give yourself more combat power, which either lets you even attempt the boss, or just makes the boss way easier. So rental gear is pretty powerful. In terms of the Genesis Pass, so if I go to my Kana, we'll show off what the Genesis Pass would do. And the thing is about the Genesis Pass, is it's incredibly good for prog, but you need to do the bosses. So this is Genesis. You'll see here that this character is at the Damien step. I've killed the boss, and then you need these Traces of Darkness. When you kill a boss, you get traces. So here you start at Von Leon and stuff, all the way up to going to solo. Like, you need to solo these bosses, or if you have the Genesis Pass, you can do it in groups of 6, as long as the other people also are on the same step and have the Genesis Pass. So it's a little restrictive, But what it does is instead of like, Damien gives like 60 traces for soloing hard Damien, I believe it is. Actually, 1 second. There's a site for this. Okay, back to the Firefox visual. This is, oops, I don't even know what I clicked on. This is the Liberation Schedule Calculator, right? So let's say you're on Von Leon, you have 0, you just started today, and the thing is each boss rewards points. So if you do Hard Lotus, you get 50 points per week. And this is soloing it. Every person you add in divides up the points by people. Yeah, the Genesis Pass also makes it so that instead of it being 50, it triples it. So it's now 150 for Lotus. Also, welcome to the stream, Babu. But the thing is you still need to kill the boss, right? So, like, if you don't kill the bosses with the Genesis Pass does nothing. So, if you're me, right? So, I'm going to be buying the Genesis Pass, and the first week, I'm going to be doing all these bosses. So, I will be liberating in 4 weeks with the Genesis Pass. If you're not using the Genesis Pass, it takes 13 weeks. But again, the caveat is you need to kill the bosses. So the Genesis Pass is only useful if you're actually doing the fights. It'll also give you temporary arcane, attack, boss damage. Like, it gives you extra stats when you're in these specific bosses to do it. So for me, I'm going to be soloing all these bosses week 1. For you as a learner, you could still make use of the pass and buy it, but then instead of soloing some of these bosses, you join into a pug group. And you're doing, let's say, like everything above Damien as a 6-man group because you're just joining into pugs and like killing it in a pug. It would still take you 13 weeks, but without the pass, it would be 40 weeks of doing that. So as long as you decide to do the bossing and kill the bosses, I 100% say the Genesis Pass is worth because it will try to pug a bit, felt impossible in Solus. Yeah, Solus unfortunately is EU, and EU is really rough because not a lot of people play on the EU servers for Maplestory. That's just the way it is. But you're going to be on the Challenger World. And the Challenger World is going to have a lot more of an active player base for a good bit. So it'll be a bit easier to pug. You could also just come to Kronos on the NA server and play there. A lot of EU people just move to Kronos and it's an easier time. I don't know how attached you are to your other characters, but restarting on Kronos, well, restarting on the NA Challenger World and then moving to Kronos afterwards is an option that a lot of people do. Just because of the fact that Kronos is the most active player base. And the ping is not that bad for the most part for a lot of people. Maybe you might need to get exit lag or one of those VPN things to like, or ping like reducer things to just help you with like the ping issue. But it is definitely an option. If you do decide to stay on Solus and the EU stuff, the good news is that most of these bosses are pretty easy to solo. You basically only have your Ren from last Challenger World. Then yeah, I would say that starting on Kronos and moving from Challenger World 3 to Kronos afterwards is a very good option if you're willing to deal with like maybe some ping issues every now and then. But for the most part, it's not that bad. Worst case scenario, you get like exit lag or something like that and then just play. Oh yeah, 100%. As long as you practice these bosses, it is 100% able to be soloed very early on. Right? Like for me on Challenger World, literally week 1, when the 17th hits, by the end of that week, I will have cleared all of these bosses solo. And I'm also looking to do Black Mage before the end of the month. So like, oh, because I have these on 6. I was like, what the heck? Now, Black Mage is definitely a step above. Like, Black Mage is equivalent to a Mythic boss in WoW. So, the time you take to learn, like, I would say the first wall boss, maybe the second wall boss, not an endgame boss in WoW, because those can get pretty ridiculous. But like the first or second wall boss of a tier is what Black Mage is equivalent. It's probably still, in my opinion, one of the hardest bosses to learn in all of Maplestory. It is a very fun boss, but it can be frustrating sometimes when you're learning it. Just because it is so easy to mess up just a little bit and then just poof, you're dead. And you just lost like 5 lives. And you're like, wow, okay, I messed up. The rest of these I would put on like heroic tier in terms of learning. You'll probably take like an hour to learn some of these bosses, maybe longer. But like once you learn them, the nice thing about Maplestory is that no matter what class you play, sure the class might change and some will be harder than others to play, but the boss mechanics, like once you learn them, you just know them, right? And like every character will be able to go through them. Feels like Kill Jaden and Tomb Legion. Yeah, I would say like Black Mage honestly is really rough. Oh, this is non-Genesis Pass. Yeah, so in terms for me, like I'm 100% buying the Genesis Pass, and if you look at this, it's going to take me 2 weeks. So 1 Black Mage kill for the month, and 2 weeks of doing my bosses, and I'm liberated. That's the big advantage to buying the Genesis Pass, is if you're already like progressed through the game and you know what you're doing, you can easily like get your Genesis weapon done very quickly on a character. Now the thing is I'm gonna try soloing, but worst case scenario, I end up 2-manning it. So the liberation, if we go back into the game, is when you kill a boss, you get traces. So each step has a boss kill requirement, like it has a little bit of a challenge to do the boss solo, or with like the Genesis, you can have multiple people starting from the Lotus step. But like these quests are just killing the boss solo or in a group with the Genesis Pass, and it's not very hard. But the traces can be stacked up to 3,000. So every time you kill a boss, if we go back to the site, right? The site itself has these points. These are the traces you're making from killing the boss. So it's like a 2-step process. You need the traces for the step, and you need to kill the boss. And the boss has different missions and stuff. No, it takes in total 6,500 traces to liberate in total. But you can stack up to 3,000. So let's say you're like struggling to do the Damien step and you have your 1,000 points to liberate. Well, it doesn't really matter because you can keep killing your bosses, and as long as you don't hit the 3k cap, you're not losing any traces. But you need 6,500 in total to actually liberate entirely. But yeah, each step has different missions, varying in difficulty. Most people would say that the hardest mission is the will mission. So this mission right here, for doing the will mission, is considered usually the hardest out of all of the liberation missions. Feel like I should buy to force myself to learn bosses. If you plan on doing the bossing at all, I would say it's worth buying. Just because it makes the boss easier too. Because you get some extra stats. It gives you like we said, some arcane power, some boss damage, some attack power, and like a bunch of stats while you're in the boss fight. So it makes it slightly easier to do. And like you said, it incentivizes you to just go do the bosses because you're like, okay, well I bought the pass. I want to get my money's worth. Let's go do the bosses. And like as long as you have like a couple hours per week to just practice some of these bosses, you'll get them down pretty quickly. Like, I say pretty quickly, right? Like, it's going to take you time, and depending how apt you are at Maplestory with like the movement, the combat, all that stuff, it'll become like, as you get better at the game just becomes funner, right? Because you actually understand the systems and stuff. But like, learning the bossing like this will force you to like get better at the game, because you'll like just have to practice and learn the boss, and then you're like, okay, I'm starting to get the feel of the game. We're not getting the Saren and Will changes in this patch. Is going to be the next Not the next patch of this patch, so not in the second month of Challenge World. But like the third month, I believe, is when we're getting it. Playing Challenger World 3 again in the Genesis Pass. There's another pass that's pretty good for progression called the Challenger World Pass. It's like 50 bucks in total for the Challenger World Pass and the Genesis Pass together. If you plan on progressing and playing, I would recommend those two things. They're pretty good values for their buy. Those are the two I'd recommend. Anything else is kind of like, eh. You're not planning on me. The other one gives you a bunch of, let me see. Let me go get the actual stuff. Let me go orange mushroom. Or I guess I could just go look. So, as far as I'm aware, the free backpet's only going to be available for if you make an arrow or a Sia. Because of the arrow, like there's a pass specific to those two characters. Because Arrow of Light's coming out on the Challenger World. As like the new class that's coming out. I believe they're the only ones that are getting a free backpet. As far as we're aware right now, we're not getting a free backpet. There was one in Korea, but it doesn't seem like we're getting that. We're going to get the full patch notes on the Tuesday before Challenger World releases on the Wednesday. So, yeah, if you made a rent, that's why you had one. So, we'll be able to tell you exactly if we're getting any backpets. There was none on the test realm, which kind of implies that we're not getting it, but we'll have to see because we'll just have to see, right? We don't have the full patch notes yet. But, Maplestory news. Let me go to the news. I'm going to go to the patch notes, updates. It was this notes, I believe, was the Challenger World. Yes, so let me go to down here. I'll show it in a second once I get to it. Challenger Pass. So this was the previous Challenger World, and it should be the same for this Challenger World Pass. So it gives you a bunch of weekly missions, which is like playing the game. Do your symbol dailies, clear monster parks, clear monster park extreme, do epic dungeons, do bossing, kill monsters near your level. So there's a bunch of like missions that you do, and you're going to get points. You get 6.2 levels per week or something like that. And then just getting the base pass gives you some rewards. So like there's some free rewards up here that you get for just clearing it, which is a bunch of like node stones, Sonic coupons, fragments, medals of honor, symbol selectors, stuff like that, right? Black rebirth flames, VIP boosters. And then if you buy the premium pass, it gives you 200% normal damage, and an additional 20% XP multiplier to all XP you're getting, pretty much, other than like quest XP. Which also includes, like, it's not going to work for Monster Park and Monster Park Extreme, but, like, any mobs you kill, you're just getting 20% more. And then, on top of that, it gives you, like, now instead of getting 20 symbols, you get 200 symbols for level 1 also. So it just doubles up the rewards. So, like, here you were going to get 20, so now you get 220 symbols in total. Sorry about that, had to sneeze. And then it gives you 300 node stones here, more Luxana, 100 medals, 500 node stones. Like, it just gives you a shit ton of resources to speed you up. Thank you for that, Selene. So, like, if you're willing to pay a bit more, because, like, the Genesis Pass is 30 bucks, this is 20 bucks, and it just speeds up your progression by a lot. So, like, this is pretty valuable. And I would say, like, if you're willing to spend some money, this and the Genesis Pass are, like, the two most valuable things coming to the next Challenger World. There's some other stuff for the Challenger World, but one of them literally doesn't apply to you because you don't have a main character. Like, you have your Ren, right, if you stay on Solus. But if you decide to move to Kronos, should you do something before to prep? Oh. Yes. If you decide to move to... Oh, you're going to have to... Do we have any passes right now that are giving a burn? Is there still a burn event on right now? Because the one event that you probably will end up missing... let me close this real quick and go back into the game. So there's currently one event that's been having check-ins. There's summer pre-registration, summer countdown. So all this stuff for this part only applies to your server that you're on right now. But all of this summer gift stuff, you'll be able to claim all this on the Challenger World. Now, is it some nice benefits and boosts? Yes. Do I think like it's the end of the world if you miss this? No. But like, each day you check in, there's only 6 days left. So unless you decide to pay for some of these to get the... Unless you decide to pay NX or Maple Points to like get these levels done, you'd miss out on the rewards. So this is like the only thing you could really prep for the Challenger World. For either one you do. So if you log into the game and just literally click participate in this event, as long as you have a level 101 plus character, you just click on this, it participates, and you get the rewards. If you would have started earlier, you would have been able to do it for either of the servers, like for free and not have any issues. Now if you wanted all the rewards, you'd have to pay to do it. I don't know how much it is per check. So I don't know exactly how much it would cost to finish it off after doing the 6 check-ins. But this is like the only thing that you can prep for. Honestly, missing these rewards, like I said, it's not the end of the world. Like, the ring is nice, and the exclusive legendary potential is nice to start you off. And the magnificent growth potion is also nice, but like, none of this stuff is make or break. It'll just take you a bit longer to get to 260 and stuff like that. It's 3k Maple Points, so it's like $3 to check in. So if you did the 6... I believe right now we do have a burn going on. It is still ongoing, but I don't know how many days you have left to finish the burn. So how long, where's this hyper burn at here and here? So it's... Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so the burn only lasts until the 16th. So it's ending right before Challenger World releases for this burn. The thing is, if you're willing to spend money, there's this thing called the Goddess Pass. How is the price, Babu, of the Goddess Pass if you were to buy it? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Because I never bought this yet. I've never used it. I know of it. I've just never made a new character to make use of it. If you decide to go to Kronos, you can get this Goddess Pass. Wow, it's $35. Okay. Well, I don't know if you're willing to spend that. But if you go to Kronos, there is a hyper burn right now. Technically, you could probably almost finish this if you decide to grind a bit to get to 260. But either way, you could get to 200 on a character right away and start doing the check-ins by using this burn. So you have 5 days to actually make use of this like burn. But even if you just got to like 215 or something like that, I'd still say it's worth like just activating it if you go to Kronos and using this. You can use this burn on any character. You'd also be able to make use of the base pass. But if you pay the 35... Well, the thing is, eventually you might want to group up for some of the later bosses, so Kronos is better for that. But if you do just plan on doing a full solo progression thing, like, any server you pick will be fine for that. So that's up to you. Even if you don't buy the Goddess Pass for $35, you get some bonuses. So you still get some benefits from this. The thing is, if you pay the $35, you can be level 260 on that character in 9 minutes. So, yeah. You could have a 260 character if you really want. Do I think it's worth the $35? That's up to you. I don't do it because I just usually use the hyper burns on characters that already pre-exist. But, yeah, that's the thing. It just... If you had more time, I would say it's probably not worth buying this. But if you don't care, like you just need, if you're going to Kronos, you just need a level 200 character, or a 101 character to at least get into starting the check-ins and stuff like that. So, either way, you could use the burn on Kronos and just, like, get to 200, because that's free. You don't need to do anything for that. And, like, you just go into the hat from the hyper burn, and you just get to 200 instantly. I guess if I do that on the Ren, on Kronos will be almost as strong as my Solus one. That is true, yes. The Goddess Pass does give you a lot of benefits. Since I never replaced the burning gear. Oh, so that's gone now. Yeah, because your burning gear disappeared. So your Ren's literally in the nude. Right now on Solus. Because that disappeared, like, not too long ago. Because it lasts for, like, a few months after Challenger World ends, I believe. But now that that's passed and we're going into the next Challenger World, that gear has been puffed in a way. Like I said, I don't think the Goddess Pass is mandatory, but if you're willing to spend another 35 bucks, it is. Yeah, we're getting up there. We're up to $85 on this Maplestory game all of a sudden if you spend on all the stuff we said. Yeah, Kronos is just the most active place, right? Like, if we go look right now at search parties, right, and I just go pause party recruitment. Right now at 6:30 on a good old Thursday night, there's just groups up, and like if you just pop yourself into party requirement, like you just pop yourself for a boss, and you're like this, and you do the stuff. You can just be on Kronos and there's a bunch of people. Like there's always groups going on, you can make groups, you can find people, and it's like pretty easy to do stuff. Plus your cosmetics looking good is a big damage buff. That's always a thing, yes. If I don't like the look of my character, ignore this one because I'm using a ring that changes me into a Jaguar that I got from the event on from the Wild Hunter remake. Well, welcome to Kronos and welcome to Challenger World 3. The good news is, for Challenger World 3 and stuff, we'll be on the same server now, so I'm able to help you out by like going in the boss and like helping you out in the game. And on Kronos, the same thing. Because like, yeah, daily stuff, like honestly, if you're just doing your Challenger World characters dailies, at most it'll be like 20 minutes for like the monster parks. And then another like 10-15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes for the dailies, depending on how many of them you have to do, depending on your level, etc. The one good news is you've learned about the V Matrix, right? So you understand the pain. So the monster park will be separate for Kronos and for Challenger World. So your Kronos Monster Park is separate, so you could do Kronos Monster Park 7 on a character, and then go on Challenger World and do another 7. They are upgrading it to 14. So now, instead of it being 7 per day, you'll be able to do 14 a day, but it's 7 per character. So on Kronos, if you had 2 characters, you can prog your main character and a side character at the same time now by doing your Monster Parks. And the same thing for Challenger World. Because the other thing is for Challenger World, right? A lot of people forget this, but you can make more characters on the Challenger World. You can transfer 5 characters, and all the other characters get a hyper burn up to 200. So you could make some other characters to make a bit of mesos and like try out some other classes and get some link skills for Kronos, and transfer over 5 characters, including like, so it's 4 characters plus your hyper burn character. And another thing I should mention is that in the second month of Challenger World, Kinesis is getting a remaster. Kinesis will be coming with its own event, and in that event, you get a hyper burn that is specific for Kinesis up to 260. So you'll be able to, if you want to make it on the Challenger World, get another 260 character on the Challenger World and make some extra mesos doing some bossing to help push your main character, or just like progress that character also. So this Kinesis class will be coming with its own hyper burn in the second month of Challenger World. So yeah. So I wouldn't make a Kinesis until the hyper burn comes out because it gets remade entirely, and it comes with its own hyper burn. So in the second month of Challenger World, you're just able to make a Kinesis, try it out, see how you like. On the Challenger World itself, you can make an additional 3 characters. Yeah, so the Hyperburn Kinesis could be put on Kronos or Challenger World. If you decide to make it on the Challenger World, you'll only have 3 burns on the Challenger World because you can only transfer over 5 characters in total. So it'd be one like of the Giga Burns up to 270 for your main character. The Hyper Burn Kinesis, which will be 260. 1 second, need to drink some water. There we go. Can speak yen. For you, probably yes. And then, like I said, there's 4 additional burns that you can transfer off of the Challenger World. And on top of that, if you get to Emerald rank, you get an additional 20 potions to give you level 200 characters. The one problem with the potion is that extremely weak. They literally come with no gear. Oh, with the burn? Okay, so for the burn, they're going to come with CRA gear. The Root Abyss gear. Which lets you do like some stuff on them, but they're not extremely strong. They're also not going to come with that many node stones, and like their symbols still need to be leveled up and stuff. I believe the symbols start at level 7 for the hyper burn character, or for the burn to 200 doesn't even give you symbols. It's just a character at 200 with like CRA gear, so they're not extremely strong. Yeah, for the potions, they come with nothing. They literally, you make the character, you use the potion on it, that's the gear it's got. Those beginner gear. You gotta gear them up like through other means, so there are a lot of work to get to a reasonable status. So they're mostly used for just links and legions. And like, let's say one of those characters you want to try, it's almost better to make a new one of that class and use a hyper burn on it to get it like better suited. So the potions are just for Legion and Links. How rough is gearing outside of Hyperburn if I do the 200 thing? It depends what you want to get into, right? So if you want to just make them into like a Lomian Mule is what we call. It's not too difficult, but it'll take some working on, right? Because like, to make a Lomian Mule, you're going to want to get him to like 6-7 million combat power. Which, my Lomian Mules, right now with event buffs, this character's up to 13 mil. You wouldn't be getting Apso gear for it, but you'd be getting like... Let's see, how would I go about it, right? So you're going to get the free Temp Fafnir set. With the free Temp Fafnir set, it's pretty easy to walk into Crimson Queen and all these Chaos bosses to get the equivalent and just gear it up. To get the rest of the stuff, you'd be doing your daily bosses, like Magnus, Zakum, Horntail, Arcarium, Pink Bean. You'd be doing those bosses to get their side items, to get like Condensed Power Crystal, Aquatic Letter Eye accessory, an earring which would either be Decidius or Will-o'-the-Wisp from Hilla. The rings you wouldn't have access to. You get the Horntail necklace, Chaos Horntail necklace, with like having a Mechanator pendant, maybe a Dominator if you get lucky on like a drop from Arcarium. You'd be filling up these slots with like the boss stuff, and then you'd be like cubing and starring it a bit, and then like it's a lot of work, but it's not necessarily that hard to do if you have the mesos. The problem is you're mostly going to be spending the mesos on your main character. So these 200 characters, they'll be able to do some of these bosses with the Fafnir set. Like I said, you could do up to Vellum, so you can make them into CRA mules, as we call them. And that's like just getting some accessories from the daily bosses. Yeah, cubing and starring is a lot. Oh, the thing is about the V-Matrix I want to mention, this whole system is being changed and made way simpler. So, you'll be able to just level up the boost nodes and stuff instead of having to find the perfect boost nodes and doing this whole thing. There'll just be a menu that you level up the skills, and that's it. You just put in the points, because when you're going to get node stones open and stuff, instead of getting like a random node, it's just going to give you points, and then you use those points to level up your skills and stuff. So it's going to be way simplified. Way better for everybody. Like, gearing depends on the state of your account and stuff, because the other thing is, right, you'll be doing hard Damien and Lotus pretty early on, most likely. And those can drop Abso gear. Yes, I am very happy for all the new players that the new system is being made way simplified in VMatrix so that you don't have to deal with learning boost nodes, because that shit's obnoxious. But one of the changes that they made, which you were able to make use of, but you didn't really do that yet, is that on the Challenger World, you'll be doing, like, the bosses, right, of Damien Hard and Lotus Hard can drop something called an Absolab box. That Absolab box is now transferable. So for those characters that are doing CRA, those 200 mules, you could give them Absolab gear, which would give them a better weapon, better armor for the cape, gloves, boots, and shoulders, and then still using the CRA armor because this is OP. But you could transfer those boxes from like your Hayato from that you're maining on Challenger World and send it over to those characters, and then they can fill out their other slots. Yeah. So that'll help them with gearing on the right side and give you a good baseline. Because as you can see, like, I just have it just potentialed and it's like random potentials. I am using an Arcane Umbra weapon. Which for Arcane Umbra, those boxes also do exist as drops. But that requires you doing Lucid Hard, Will Hard, Chaos Gloom, Varicilla Hard, Darknell Hard. For those, and Black Mage also drops the Arcane boxes. So, the thing is with the Challenger World gear, you can drop Arcane boxes from normal Vihila. I forgot about that. The chance is really low, so it's unlikely to happen, but it could happen. For the most part, though, doing the hard version of the bosses, we're going to see Arcane drops. It's not super common. And for some of them, you're going to want to use them on your Challenger World character. The good news is I'll be doing all this stuff at the same time as you for, like, progressing my character through Challenger World. So you can literally watch me do some of the steps and some of the stuff. And then if you ever get lost, you know, you just ask me and, like, we're always willing to help. The other thing is, you can join the Discord. That's my Discord server. If at any point you have questions or something, just PM or ask in the Discord. And, like, somebody's willing to help you. Or you just pop into stream if I'm streaming and, like, always willing to help people. And, like, that's the thing about the Maplestory community is, like, no matter which streamer you go to, for the most part, I've never seen a Maplestory streamer not be willing to help out a player with, like, any other questions. Okay. I'm going to get started on some bossing here, though. So, we can keep yapping, but I'll be doing some bossing in the background. It's not even necessarily that we're tight-knit, it's just that, like, there's no reason to be mean to players, because, like, it's not a PvP game in any shape or form. Like, nothing about this game is PvP, and there's nothing really hidden. Like, people always make guides for all the stuff. People are just willing to, like, teach a new player and, like, talk about stuff. Thank you for the follow, Seleni. Welcome, welcome. And just, like, you know, there's no world first race to getting bosses. Because the problem is we've already seen the bosses in Korea. So I already know what's going to come through. So, like, there's nothing hidden in a way. It's not like, wow, we're, like, the race to world first, like, people are competing against each other, so there's some hidden stuff. Did I just buy 2 collectors by accident? I did just buy 2 collectors by accident. Well, whatever, I'll use those on the weekend, it's fine. Gotta make sure to take it out of my sequence. Okay, grab this, do this. Yeah, so, like, nobody's really competitive. Like, there's some competition because, like, some people, like, when a new boss does release, people are still trying to get, like, the clears in. But that's because the game makes an event where anybody who clears the thing gets some rewards. And if you're the first, you get little statues of you for the new bosses. but it's usually a short time period, and like you already know if you're going to be doing the boss or not. And like you kind of already know, like, am I even able to compete for world, like the first of the server? You already kind of know that. So like it's not really a competition. We're like, oh, we're going to hide some secret tech. It's like, no. And especially because it's so hard to re-roll in this game, it's not like you can just copy their composition and be like, we're using your strat. It's not how it works. Okay, I've got everything I pretty much want for this. Alright, so I'm about to do some bossing that you would be doing, but you're not going to really get to learn the bosses because I'm about to go delete these bosses out of existence. So, when you do these bosses, so like Hard Will, you can clear this at like 52 million combat power. I'm 282 million, okay? I'm a little overspec for this to be any hard. But you still do them because of pitched and stuff, and like because you're so overgeared, they become way easier, so it's kind of fun to do them still. Yeah, I think I have everything. I think I'm good. Let us buff up and go into this boss. Alright, that's one section of the health bar done, so let's go do the test. So Will's a pretty easy. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, if you have any questions or just want to ask anything, just pop in and I will be able to answer pretty much anything about all of the questions you would have. There's very few bosses I haven't done in the game so far. And those bosses, well, if I haven't done them, you're not close to them kind of thing. But have a good night. Hopefully, you know, work goes well tomorrow. And sleep well. And now we get to watch me delete some bosses and hope we get some pitch drops. Not this boss specifically, because I don't want another book, but... You know what? Screw it, let's just get some more books. Why not? Let's make book collections on all my characters today. What the? I just got yeeted. Sal's still here. Man popped in and did his usual. He hops in, shows a little duck, he quacks at me, and then proceeds to AFK. Or just be a lurker. That was like the biggest lurker nowadays. No. Uh-huh. You definitely are one of the bigger lurkers. Not that that's a bad thing. What have you been up to, Sal? How are things going? No cracks? No cracks, okay. See how it is. Of course, now you do cracks. You couldn't do the 6 no cracks, huh? Learning WoW? What brought that on? Some friends wanted to play WoW with you and you decided to try it out? I've definitely played a shit ton of WoW, so I definitely, if you have questions about that game, I can definitely help you out. Oh, I was just recently playing it for the new expansion. I played, did some of the raiding, did some Mythic Plus, had my fill, got out of the game again. Alright, boss drop enabled, and then ticket activated, WAP activated, familiar is activated, 426 drop rate, and we go murder. Honestly speaking, there's not many MMOs I haven't tried or played. Where's the auction house? Depends what town you're in. Yeah, because you're probably in the new expansion, and then the auction house is from the middle dome, you go south of it. And then it's in a little cubby hole under it. Under the, like, big platform. Right where the, whatchamacallums, the cosmetic vendors, the monthly cosmetic vendor is. And where the dungeon delving, the delves NPC are. Sure, I could give better landmarks on that if I had an actual visual, but, you know, that's where it is in the Silvermoon City for the current expansion. What class did you end up, are you playing, Sal? Playing classic mobs, so main. Oh! I see, you're playing classic. Okay, okay. That's cool. Well, definitely don't know where the mop one is, because I didn't play during mop. I was in Legions really when I started. I played a bit in WoD, and I played a very bit in Classic. Or was it Wrath? It might have been Wrath, honestly. I don't know. I played, like, I was really young when I played the first time, so I can't really count that. I got to, like, level 20 or some shit. I wouldn't recall that playing the game. And a Monk, Mistweaver. Playing the iconic class that came out during that expansion. I've never really played Mistweaver. I've played Monk, but I've mostly played Brewmaster, and I played, what the hell? Brewmaster and what's the actual DPS spec's name? Why am I forgetting that name right now? Windwalker. That's the name of it. There we go. Are you guys just like casually playing it, or what's your like plan to play in the game? Do 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 do. Alright, that's done. Whoops, why did I ring swap? Alright, that's that done. And we are missing 20% drop rate. Why are we missing 20% drop rate? Oh, because this didn't change. Okay, nothing. I see, so quite the squad. So you got a little group of people that are going to be playing together, doing some dungeons together, and just playing the game. That's pretty cool. That should be fun. It's always fun to play MMOs with friends, though. Like, I think that's one of the things that, like, can't be overstated when you play a game, is just having a group of like the boys to play with, or the squad to just hang out with and do stuff together can be fun. Now, it can be hard to coordinate the squad always together, but, you know. Five days to get to 30, not too bad. Yeah, I don't know what the leveling speed is in classic Mr. Pandaria. But, like, as long as you're having a fun time, it's always fun. Or always a good time, I should say. That's pretty cool. Alright, boss. Goodbye. And no more boss. Boss drop. Will we get rewarded with something? An arcane box, maybe? Nope. I still like arcane boxes, game. God knows I need them. I'll just use the serums again, why not? In we go. How's the game been feeling to you, though, Sal? I don't know what other MMOs you've actually played. Because, like, technically Frontier is an MMO, but, like, Frontier is, like, the least MMO-like of all the other MMOs in, that people play. Some people might even consider Frontier a solo MMO almost, in a way. With how the end game works to that game, where grouping up is a more of a detriment than a benefit. Like one day of FF14 and then this. Okay, so it's your first MMO, essentially, also. Yeah, but bumbling around can be fun. Depends how you feel about learning games and stuff like that. Like, I know some people just want to hit max level and all they care about is that. I like experiencing the game, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, I just like doing stuff in games and just learning. I don't really care about, like, oh, I have to get to endgame. I'll get there when I get there type of thing. Yay! Boss done. Well, welcome to WoW, you know? It's, the fun thing about WoW is you also have a bunch of different versions of it to play. While having the sub. Because you have the classic, you have the actual, classic mop that you're playing. I'm learning a shit tune because I gotta become the Sherpa to them. Yeah, you're the healer, so you're gonna have to fix their mistakes. But don't let them bully you around. If they stand in bad shit and they die, it's still their fault. You're not meant to save them from stupidity. Never be the healer that's like, I can save you from... No. You gotta learn to stand out of the fire, okay, bozos? It's part of your responsibility as a DPS to do damage and not stand in the shit. And if your tank dies, well, most of the time they overpulled. This is why a tank dies. The thing is raid healing versus dungeon healing is very different. So I don't know how much raiding you'll end up doing, if any, because that's a different beast. But dungeon healing is usually pretty chill. As long as you learn your oh shit moment buttons to save yourself when oh shit happens, you'll be set. I'm pretty sure Mistweaver is pretty good at doing that type of stuff. Ah, yes, and Estella for the pile that I don't know if I'm ever going to use for anything. Okay, and now we have... This is group, this is solo group. That is true, yeah. As your character, you can fill into everything. But the problem is that you need the gear for all those jobs sometimes. Because not all the gear, like... Your weapons might not be suitable for each of the specs and stuff like that. Like, I know Windwalker needs 2 one-hander weapons. Tank Monk wants a staff, but it has to have Agi on it. Whereas for Mistweaver Monk, you can either be a staff or a one-hander and offhand, but they need int on it. So, can be a little awkward with all the weapon stuff, and then certain accessories might not have the correct stats. So it can be a bit rough to gear it all up. Because gear is incredibly important in WoW. So making sure you can actually do your job properly. So that's a lot of games, you know, like if you come into a game and you don't have the right, like, sets equipped and stuff, well, it's going to be a rough time. Holy shit, the Baldricks. Look at the size of this android, man. Billy is going to get tilted once I get one of these. At 35, Pally is at 12, Rogue is at 29. Yeah, you guys got a ways to go to hit max level and stuff, so. But the journey there is also part of the fun. Now, the journey there might be more fun than when you hit max level for a lot of people. I forgot to actually use my 1 minute. Wasn't really thinking about it. This boss kind of memes, so it's not super hard to do. Oh. Well, I'm in the timeout zone for a bit because I'm just not really fully, like, focusing on this. And goodbye, Saren. I'm gonna be very low after all of this. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh, whatever. Alright, just sent it up. If I were to use my 1 minute, she'd be dead right now. That was kind of dumb to shoot it that way now that I think about it. As always, Sal, if you ever have any questions, well, you also have your friends to ask, but if you have any questions, you can always just message me on Discord or ask here. And I'm most likely going to be able to help, because, like, WoW, like, sure, there's different eras of WoW, but the game hasn't really changed that much in terms of a lot of stuff. So it's still pretty simple and chill. Like, the other thing is, too, is for a lot of stuff, like your builds and stuff like that, like, there's just Wowhead that you can go to for a lot of the information for guides and stuff, because that's, like, you know, asking me about, like, well, how do I build this character in Classic Mob? Well, I'm probably going to direct you to the Wowhead article that'll help you with that, because I don't know the specific builds, but I can direct you to the information in a lot of cases to get you what you need, which is sometimes the biggest problem. It's like the people complaining about AI and stuff, and it's like, yeah, but the AI still needs, like, a guiding hand. You know, like, it's not at the point where it just knows everything and can do everything without the correct prompts. You know, you're trying to use it for coding or something. You still need to know what you're typing into there and figuring out, because it's not going to know exactly what you're trying to do. It'll try, but it's going to mess up a lot of the time. It's like a Google search, you know? When you Google something, it tries its best to autofill in whatever you're trying to look for. But every now and then, it don't work out too well. But it's the main wiki for WoW at this point. It's like the primary one. Okay. Sorry about that. I was typing some stuff in my Discord to see what was going on with Zero and figuring out some stuff. Is there anything else to do on this character right now? I think it's just group bossing left. Yeah, group boss, group boss, group, group, group. Everything's grouped. Oh, I guess I could do this too. Okay, that's that done. Let's use these points, then we'll claim the other points. Oops. Okay. We actually got some decent drops. We got another Guardian Angel ring. We got an Estella's, which isn't that useful, and then we got a Connor's treasure. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with this week's bossing on this character. No special drops, but nothing like crazy happens. But all good stuff, and we bring more messos. Do the Cadena to do the same thing now. Two of these, one of those. I'm gonna go into, whoops, that's the wrong shop. Buy two of these, buy two of those. And then we go and do the same thing essentially. My mouse precision is real good right now. Super on point. Oh, I forgot this thing. Can't wait till that becomes a passive. Oh, I'm so stupid. I don't know, I was just like... I was just an autopilot, like, damaging the boss like I needed to do a bunch of damage. Hello, Nick. My run is level 285. Cadena is 282. My Kinesis and AB are 280. My Kana is 276, I believe, or 275 still. And my Wild Hunter is 273. Can't believe I lost my free life like that. That was so dumb. Oh, what a dumb way to lose it. Oh, do they know Kiku? Interesting, interesting. Just couldn't remember what level my run was. Yeah, run's currently the highest, but I'll have, once the monster park change comes in, this Cadena is probably going to hit up to 285. So I'll have two 285s. Yeah, maybe one day I'll have, well, I guess Parsec's now my, like, main guild. Which has, like, the people I actually hang out with and I actually play with. So I guess I do have a main guild now. In the form of Parsec. All my other characters are just in mule guilds and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, that's always, like, getting people to hang out with and actually learn the game and get taught and, like, just play the game with is going to make a game a lot more fun for a lot of people. I'm not going to say everybody, right? Because, like, some people prefer the total solo experience and that's their, like, enjoyment of the game. Which, I was like that for a long time. Like, I barely ever did group bossing for any reason. It was just dual bossing with Billy at best. Why didn't I use my Essence? I just decided I wasn't going to use my Essence. For some reason, like I'm saving them for something. This will has been weird. And now we're in the final phase where I just press this and do this and the boss disappears. Why am I doing no damage? That was so weird there. I was hitting him, but the bar was not moving. I've never seen that before. Because there is damage numbers popping up. And like any of those hits would make that bar move, I'll tell you that much. And we get rewarded with nothing. Oh, wait, no, ring box. Please be good. It's a risk taker ring 2. Feels bad, man. That's not what we want to see. Hopefully the new guild is fun and all that. And you get to learn some bossing, get taught. And like, just experience some bossing. There are more chatty, that's always good. Because like sometimes, you know, like just lurking in a dead guild is not much of a lurk time, you know? Even though I stream, most of the time I'm a lurker and almost everything else, so. Okay, that's that done. That's the correct drop rate. Did we get rewarded with something from Damien? Oh my god, I got an eye patch. I already had an eye patch and it's already 21, but I got another eye patch. It's a third eye patch. Holy moly. I got it pitched. Let's go. I'm always happy to get pitched, no matter what it is. For a second there, I was like, oh, I'm on Lotus. I got a black card again, like last week. Nope, nope, I'm on Damien. It's only one drop. Let's go! Big drop. I don't know what I'm going to do with that extra eye patch. I already have it at 21, so then now I have 2 spares. I was written across the room. Congrats, I pitched you. Yeah, not quite the pitch that meant, but you know, we're following directions. Instructions weren't clear. All right. Well, that's a nice drop. I'm happy about that. Again, like I said, don't really know what I'm going to do with it at the moment. Just going to sit there for a bit. But it's there for future use. Whatever that might be. Oh shit, another ring box. Please. God damn it, why is it a risk taker? Why is it all risk takers? And why are they all shit? At least give me a risk taker 4 if you're going to troll me. Okay, we're done typing there. We got a bit of reset, so it worked out pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy I put the sword on this character. The sword fits very well for the Cadena's like theme. How many damage does this do? Oh. I see. And I still fall off the platform because that's life for me on this character. What happened to the bars there? It was going down, and then it just like all evaporated at the same time. Like, what happened? There was consistency, consistent, and then just gone. To the gloom! What am I doing? I'm like fighting Loom like I can't just hold down the shift key and push him to 70%. Oh, I used the wrong ring. So I did a ring swap. I was very confused there. I was like, what happened to my... Where's my ring of restraint, you know? Where's the big old beam of light? And another castle ring, that's where it's at. Okay, it's the day of ring boxes. Surely, surely. Fuck! It's a continuous 4 again, why? Oh, you're so troll, game. It's the third continuous 4. Ah! Actually, I should go do, Saren. Feels bad, man. Hello, Saren phase 2. Are you gonna laser beam me from the start? Because that's usually what you do, because you love to do that. No, you're not gonna do that, surprisingly. Oh my god, I got hit by that. Okay, and now we do some real damage. We activate this, we activate that, we activate that, we do that. And we do this, and kill her? Ah, not able to kill her before this, though. And that's Saren dead. Okay, we get the box. We get rewarded with a ring box? No ring box. And with that, we go to... vehicle on that. I was like, something in my brain stopped working for a second there, and I was like, where were we going? I'm doing it in a different order than usual, so, you know, we have a little confusion happening in my brain.
Show me what your soul is made of.
What? Wait, what? She teleported, but still got hit by my chain. Okay. I didn't even know that was possible. I'm invuln and stunned. I have many questions because I was still channeling my thing.
My time, it's fading.
Okay, and that is that done. Oh, wait, before we forget that, let's swap this ring back. There we go. Hey, do we get anything from Hilla? Nope. No arcane, no nothing. Hilla, no! Alright, no, you know you want to drop me a CFE today. You know you want to drop some CFEs. I guess I should have used the Suns. Man, this character just does so much damage, it's insane. Like, I'm just doing my combos there, and just the boss flops over while I'm doing my combos. It's such a fun class to me. So happy I made this cadet, honestly. Once it feels good on a cadet, it's so fun to me and enjoyable. I guess we go Pino and all that, and we're done the bossing on this character already. Jesus. Wow. Another party! We'll wait here for a bit. I'm in no rush. Channel 15 got taken by somebody, man. I can't believe that, actually. There's the person who was challenging the Pino. Let's go do it myself now. Hey, Kronos treasure. Let's go! I cannot believe how many ring boxes I got, and then I got trolled with a continuous today, though. Come on, game. I got a pitched and then trolled in the ring box department. Could have been an amazing day. Could have got the ring and the pitched. Yeah, let's see. I don't think there's absolutely nothing that drops off this boss. I don't know why I'm saying that. Like, there's some special item I could get that's cool. Well, I guess technically there's a cool item, but it's just not useful nowadays. Where the heck is the thing? There we go. Oh, Pap, I'm here to ruin your day as always. Of course you flew up. Of course. Just to make looting you a pain in the ass. Let's go. Alright, and that's another bossing character done. I need to figure out if I'm trading anything this week or anything, though. Oh yeah, that makes sense that, yeah, I'm missing some of these still. Because I sold an Akishi that I'm not supposed to sell, so that's the 3 here that I'm supposed to do, and that comes from doing them. Derpy derp derp. Okay, so this character's still pretty far off on the stuff. Okay, I think I've set up the time for that. Let's get rid of this stuff. All these beautiful rings that I'm so happy to get, and I'm so happy to disenchant. Jerk of a game. We are running out of room in this inventory, huh? That we are. We're gonna have to figure some stuff out here. There really should be a bag for all of these androids. Okay. Maybe I don't do this character today. Because I need to talk to Billy about what he wants to do. Yeah, so I don't really want to do the boss on this character then. What character do I want to do? Or do I so I have to ask Billy. So the rest of the characters need to wait till I find out what I'm doing with Billy. We have 20 minutes to do... Oh, I know what I can go do. We need to go do the mini games. Because I need to make another 1,000 points for this to get the last tickets for the week. The last 1,000 tickets of this event. I'll just go like this and do this real quick. Whoops, that's not what I want to do with that one. Okay, that was easy enough, and now we go do...
Start.
What is this? I don't remember a layup like or setup like this. This is a weird one. Don't really like it, I'll say that much. Well, we're a little overkill to say the least. In terms of points, we only needed 5,000 points, and we're a little over it now. Last time I get to do these mini games, which I'm kind of happy about because I am tired of these mini games, to say the least. Oh, and I'm gonna miss. Oh, that took a weird... That was not what I expected to have happen there. Okay, we're almost done this floor. I kind of messed up there. Alright, that's floor done. That was a pretty bad floor one, because that's not a good layout.
Start.
And we're done. Yeah, this minigame, if you want to do speed for clearing stuff, this one's the best. It's easy to do, it's pretty hard to fail, and, like, you just kind of win. I'm at 600 points, I need 2 more runs, and we'll be at the 1,000 we need for the week.
Start.
I don't think that's... Oh, it does. Sometimes it doesn't want to work when I do that, though. It's weird. Like, it doesn't want to fit in the spots, usually. Nope. What a useful first throw. Okay, that's floor 1 done. We have a minute left, so we will be fine to get 2,000 points no matter what the stage is.
Start.
Do that. And we need 100 points. Wow, we did it! We're huge! And that's another one done. Is this the last run? I don't think this is the last run. I think I need one more because I think I had more points in this minigame. I'll check after this to see if I need this step, if I'm done or not. You know, sometimes clearing them out like that seems like a good idea, and then you realize, nope, that's gonna take a lot of time to clear out now. Okay, and that's this floor done. Half the points we need. Or, more than half the points we need, I should say. Math's hard sometimes.
Start.
Oh. I bounced in a weird way. Thought that would keep going up, but instead it came back down right away. Yeah, that's what I thought it was going to do last time, do that. Then I proceeded not to do that, and I was like, what? Okay.
Start.
I think that's my new high score in this minigame, to be honest. Oh, it only shows the weekly high score. Okay, let's see. If I hop out of here, can I claim the tickets, or do I need to go do another one of those runs? Any claim fair? Cannot claim. Yeah, so I still need another run. I kind of assumed that because I was like, oh, I didn't do all the runs, so like, there's no way this should work, but sometimes you know, you can open dream.
Start.
Why are there 2 bombs here? Who set that up? Who set up 2 bombs on the exact same location? It's so bad. Alright, that's floor 1 done. Pretty bad floor 1 for points wise.
Start.
Fire! Fire! Just keep shooting the volleyballs at them. They went through a mob there again. I love when the lag hits like that. And with this, we are pretty much done. There we go. 5,000 points achieved. And it should be the 1,000 EXP vouchers. Okay, so Billy wants to do everything on the weekend with me. Okay. That's gonna be some bossing happening on the Saturday. To say the least, okay guys? It's gonna be a bossing action day. I'm clicking every menu but the thing I need to click for these. There we go. I would like my 1,000 claimable vouchers. Thank you. What? Yeah, that's done. That's done. This is done. That's done. This is not done yet because I need this to be done, but that's going to happen today, right? Because I think if I go look at... No, that's not it. How do I check? Oh, it's Growler's graduation. 191. Yeah, so we'll be able to finish that off pretty much today. To get to 210. I'm just kind of killing time till we get to the reset here, because I don't want to do any more bossing. Because I gotta write down all the stuff and figure out what I'm actually doing with Billy. So this character might be needed for a duo for something, so... Otherwise, I would have done this character's duo. I just realized why I feel off on this. Yep. There we go. Yeah, apparently a two-handed motion, your arm just sticks up like that. Interesting. With this weapon. Distract, fuse, all of this stuff. Let's see. Oh, I guess I could have done some of these boss meals. I just don't care about them that much to do them all the time. Or do them, like, during prime time. It's just, like, something I do, but sometimes I skip. Yeah, thanks for telling me that our harvest can be started, my man. 4 minutes before reset. That's a useful check-in thing, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get 9 points. That puts us at 13 and 15 points respectively. Okay. More sauna time. Gotta make use of that. We've got 13 hours in the sauna left. This event gave a lot of sauna time, I will say. Guess we're gonna do this at reset. Guess we're waiting this timer out here, or not. Oh shit, apparently Lara got a class interview. Oh, how convenient. Be checking that out later. Oh, it says on stream, not actually. I see, I see. Go check that out. Yeah, he's doing Lara and that today. Okay, interesting. 3 minutes left on this. I think I'm going to use all of my Mystic Frontiers today, for the most part, for all the coins that I have on this character, because this is the last week that you have these in their current state. Yeah, because they end at 6:06:17 for the event stats. They're going to go away. So I want to make sure that I make use of these, because I have a bunch of coins on this character, so we're going to go do some Mystic Frontier rolling here. Then do dailies, and after the dailies are done, end stream. Okay. Oh, yeah, my artifacts. Actually, speaking of which, I did not mean to press that. I was spamming my keyboard finding for this and not thinking about it. But we leveled up! We can level this guy up! Yay! I need 3 more points for him, and then after those 3 points, he's done, and then we wait till 60. So at 54, I'll be able to rank up the last level of Crystal Pink Bean here. And we'll have max cooldown, skill bypass, all stats, and attack power. That's so huge. That's good, that's good. Reset has arrived. This is not done. It's still got a minute left. Lame. Also, I think... I'm gonna have to see for this, but I think you should be saving your Urda's request right now for next week. Because if I'm correct, if you're able to log in before reset, you'll be able to claim this on the Challenger World. If you're able to get to 260 within the time frame. So depending on your character, it might not be possible. If there's no Goddess Pass on the Challenger World, you won't be able to use this. And well, not even abuse, but just make use of this. But it could be a thing. Okay. Still waiting this minute, man. I should have just done something else. But we're done. So now we can start doing these missions. Let's go, team. What do we get? Nothing? Nothing? Blue pouch. Really? Okay, I mean, sure, blue pouch it is. 21 score needed. Yeah, we're good. We're more than enough. What is this? I hate when it's double action points this early because, like, this is a terrible stage to get action points on because it usually doesn't give enough to make you go the extra. Yeah, that's pretty high, and we have multiple dice, so we should be good. Yep, that's right. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Yeah, see, we don't even get the extra, like, go. It's still only 2, even though we're around 4. Or only 3 in total, so it, like, doesn't help at all. Is that really not? Okay, I was like, there's not a free one somewhere? Like, come on, game. Yeah, we do this, we max this out, we use those, we go like this. Claim it, get that stuff. Do this, use, end. Blue pouch, go! Purple pouch, glowing pouch, purple pouch. Let me just gamba. Hope for the best here. Get hit with more glowing pouches. But the good news is, because it was so late, we can take that 36 and still have 1 point for the last one and get a purple pouch for it. See, this is when you're happy about the extra thing. Off to a terrible start. Off to a really bad start, honestly speaking. Because we just got hit with the clock, the stopwatches. The stopwatches are going to feel even worse now that they're going to become so... Okay, 5% was already useless, never mind, they've always been useless. These things, like, don't even have a purpose of reducing the time after of wait. It's crazy. Do I just gamba next round? Blue pouch, nothing, nothing. I think I just gamba again. Screw it. We get rewarded with a blue pouch that we might not even be able to get. But it doesn't really matter because, like, we had... Ooh, a gray pouch or a blue pouch? Snake eyes. Okay, snake eyes is not what we want to roll on these. Okay, 5 is good, but the other snake eye boy is not good. Well, let's get this to be a bit higher, please. Don't think we're hitting 165. Yeah. Okay, and that is that. Now we go... Leafrey just kind of screwed us, so let's go to this one, I guess. Blue pouch is blue pouch. Blue pouch it is. Glowing, glowing. Action points. Okay, next one. Do that, use that, obtain another rose pack, do that. Alright, so Maple University run. Good. And we get really bad roll, or really bad stuff at the start here. We'll see if we get anything good at the end of this. That's a purple pouch. Not gonna complain about that. Purple pouches. At least it's purple. It's better than blue. Really looking bad on the whole pouch, not pouch situation, but the whole, like, roll situation. So we're just gonna go for the easy clear here. Do that. That's that done. We reduce time. Yep, because that is the end of that. Alright, so this character has used all its coins, which is good. Because we need to use those. And, that's not what we want. We want this. Alright, we're looking for a Seraph. Junior Balrog Purple. Well, what that means is that we can try this here. I'm going to use this card because it's a purple, and that means it could be a drop, fam. And we're hoping for a 100% drop. It's a healing fam. I mean, a healing fam is not bad for this character, I don't think. Let's see. What is the H-fam setup here? Boss H-fam. Let's go with this. Let's go setup. So we have 12%, 12%, and 10% with attack power. Why am I keeping this? These guys are useless. Because we already have better healing fams. Because this is 10%. Sure, it's not nearby, but it's got +3 attack power. This has 12%. And this has 12%. Now, technically, this one could be better in a party, but I'm looking for personal HP here. Unfortunately for you, the people who party with me on this character, you know, it's me. So, let's just extract them, unfortunately. They're not very good. Wait, well, let's go do another set of dailies. We do a little dance, we kill this, and we get rewarded with nothing. But it's to build up the pity, so that we can get a sick... whatchamacallit. Freaking Dominator Pendant, that's what we're looking for. Holy moly. Yeah. It's pretty hot today again, unfortunately. Like I said, today and tomorrow, I believe, are the last... Like, tomorrow's a bit cooler than today, so it's already breaking off. And then after that, heat should be gone, just in time for the Challenger World. Hey, it's a Dominator Pendant! You know, I was kind of joking I built up the pity, but hey, we got rewarded. There's a Dominator. We definitely need that on this character. The startling lack of Dominators and such. Into here we go to get some Monster Park tickets. So yeah, this character is going to keep doing Monster Parks. I think that Cadena is going to be the one doing Monster Parks on the server too. So the Wild Hunter and Cadena are going to be the ones doing the Monster Parks in the update. Prep and just think about the plan going forward. So those two characters do that, then all my dailies on this server, and then this server we hop off it, we go to the other one, and do that stuff. Is the plan going forward for Challenger World. But I have to start doing Ursus on the Challenger World. Always fun. I don't like doing that. Just because time spent in Ursus, it's so efficient. It's unfortunate. Not like it does need to exist, and a lot of people use it, and a lot of people do it every day. Because they're just walking in solo it real quick. But I just don't like doing your assists. I don't know. Something about it that... There are certain dailies in this game, like, Maple Tour. Even though the mesos is probably worth the time invested in it each week, I just hate it. He... Do we get any? I don't know why I'm saying do we get anything. Like what? From what? What I'm expecting to drop here in my monster parks. Other than XP. Brain's a little fried right now, you know? He's getting to me. How is it every time you sole survivor in the corner, man? This is the second run in a row that you survive in the corner and don't manage to get massacred by something. Well, that's crazy. Okay, another run done. We have how many more left to do? 2 more. Into not the final stage, what am I saying? I wonder what the new monster parks are going to look like. I'm excited for the new monster parks just for a variety. Because characters are going to be at different stages doing monster parks, so I'll just get to see some difference. And like, yes, after I've done them enough, it'll no longer be that interesting, but it's always fun to have a new little thing to work with. Oh yeah, are we able to? Is this the patch that enables us to do all 3 of the weekly dungeons, or is that not this patch? Like the Angler Company and all that. I know in one of the patches we're able to do all 3 of them, but I don't know if it's this patch, or it's going to be the next patch, or a patch after that. So many upcoming patches to just keep track of mix-up stuff. I just know stuff is coming, and I'm like, I don't know which patch actually it hits in. Okay, and I believe in my things I'm done. Yep, okay. Out here we go. Let's go do the dailies now. Oh, I've had my familiars on this whole time. Ah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Don't use enough energy that it becomes a problem ever on this character. Yeah, that's that done. My brain is just... I don't know if this guys happens to you guys, but when you get so hot and you just start sweating, right? And you just like, all you're focusing on is the sweat drop going down. That's weird. Gross at the same time, but it is what it is. At least we've hit the point where the heat is breaking, though. We're getting a normal... Past, like, 8, when the sun actually, like, goes down is when it, like, usually breaks the heat. Well, that's not fully down yet, but, you know, we're going into the nighttime. Well, let's see, what do we get from this map? Do we get any fragments, you know? I wouldn't mind some fragments. Always happy to see those guys. Oh, it's the bunny army. Look at them! Look at all the bunnies. They have a bunny pet too. Oh, he even has a bunny pet. Damn. It's the bunny army. They should transmod all his characters to bunnies, but I don't know if you need more bunnies for that. I don't know how that works. For the, taking the appearance of a pet and using it on another pet. Alright, and with that, we are done on this character. Ah, yes, the Absolab weapon box. The heck do I do with you? Boop, boop, and goodbye, Golux. We get rewarded with nothing, but we'll get a Dominator because we got rewarded with nothing here, right? Right? That's how it works. You build up the pity, you get Dominators, and you be happy. Usually I care to pick up everything, but I'm getting a bit tired of the Occult Cube picking up because that's a thing. Good old Occult Cubes in existence.
I should thank you for barging in here.
Skigo's streaming
If you
today.
hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life and work, I would feel a
Damn, no
slight
Dominator
pang
this
of
time.
guilt
Didn't build
making
enough
you
pity for the
suffer.
Kana. Gotta go check some stuff here and see. Let's see who's streaming and who's doing what. Kiku is in fact streaming. Give him a raid after when I'm done then. Lightning, you're failing me. What's going on, Lightning? Not doing your job right. Okay, that's that done. To the next map. I'm in the wrong set. Why do I feel like I'm not killing these mobs at all? It's crazy. Like, sure, I don't have my summons out and stuff with that. They're not doing the heavy lifting, but like even without the heavy lifting, usually it's like fine to just do this, and I was like killing pretty fast, but blink, blink, blink. Yeah, even though I enjoy Kana, I still don't like Blink classes. Blink still doesn't bring me joy when I do Blinks. Something about flash jumps that are just so fun. Oh yeah, I want to check something here. Okay, so for this character is Genesis. You know, I forgot to do that quest that I was talking about. Alright, so we did this, we did that. We're at 2k points. Do the calculator, because I need the Genesis. Was it this week somehow? Calculator. Liberation calculator. Okay, so current quest, we're into... We're currently on Damien. No, we're currently on... You know, Damien, yeah, current trace is 2,357. 2,357. No Genesis pass. Start now, yes. Go, my summons. Do my work for me. Okay, so I completed next week. Okay, so if I solo all my stuff and do a black mage with a duo, I clear next week. Yeah, no matter what, whether I do a black mage or not, I will complete next week. Oh, it's 2 additional weeks. Okay, so it's not next week, it's the week after that. It will finish on the 25th. Okay, I see how it is. I'm not counting this week's stuff. Okay, okay. So 3 weeks total, 2 weeks extra after this week, and I will be liberated on my Kana, which is pretty nice. Okay, that's that done. Speaking of which, I should go do this so I can get started on the next mission. Wait, how is Damien from Leaf? Wait, is Damien not related to Demon Avenger and Demon Slayer? I thought Damien was related to them, but I guess I'm crazy. Because he was in Leaf Rain. I'm pretty sure the other guys are Nova. Or no, they're in Resistance. Never mind, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I'm mixing up lore stuff. Ignore me. Okay, so now we're on the will step, so I'll be able to do the will mission today, or not today, but when I go do that on the Kana. And then after that, we'll have the Lucid mission, and then the Verisolo mission. And then we'll get this beautiful weapon that's almost better than my current weapon with nothing on it. It's going to be a big upgrade once I get to this. The fact that this just existing without a flame and without a potential or a soul is almost better means this is going to be a huge upgrade when I get to it. 100 mil combat power, here we come. Okay, this. You know, I was just kind of wondering what Golux would do, but he just kind of stared at me. I was like waiting for him to do a move to just like press something in response, and then he's just like, I'm gonna stare at you and do nothing. I was like, okay, Golux. Where's the oomph? Where's the pizzazz? Where's the attempt to murder me? It's kind of weird when the boss gives up. This ain't real life. They're not AIs. They're NPCs. They don't have feelings.
Still blind to the
Not yet,
difference
anyways.
between, I suppose I should thank
If
you
they
for
did have
watching
feelings, they
here.
definitely wouldn't be putting up with this shit, I'll tell you that much. Arcarian would have given up long ago.
I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making you
Poor
suffer.
guy's probably one of the most farmed bosses in the game. If not the most farmed. Okay, and then Drowsy Autumn. I'm getting real hungry all of a sudden. It's gonna be good when I eat after stream. I almost left early on this map again. What does it mean leaving early on this map? This is crazy. I also didn't activate the rune for some reason. Well, whatever, we'll just use it on this. Doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. I should turn on the animations again. There we go. Pop, pop. Hopefully in the patch notes, when they add these to the sequence, they don't keep them on their weird 2-4-50 timer and they put them down to 2-minute cooldowns. I take a damage nerf on them if they get put in a sequence because I'm not consistent enough to use them. And I feel like most people don't even use them or think about them, so it's like, it's pretty bad. Or they could just keep it the same and just put them in a lower cooldown because like I don't think it's going to break game balance. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, that is the dailies done on this character. It's the daily gift today. Mysterious meso pouches? Don't mind if I do. It's... Look at all these mesos I'm getting. I made 1.3 mil. Wow. On a serious note, those mysterious meso pouches are very, very meme at this stage of the game. Like, even as a new player, I think there's just, it's not... Needs some more work there, I think. Goodbye, Golux. One day I'll get double drop for this character on a piece and have it max out its drop rate. Probably when the auto cube comes in, honestly speaking. No Dominator. Yay, those are activated, those are taken. Whoops. Okay, that's that done. We'll go capture Alley next. Do 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 do. I'm being very quiet, but I've run out of things to talk about for today. And I've also run out of water, which is very unfortunate right now. But I only have to do 2 more characters, so, you know, not that much time left. How many of these am I up to now? 200? 206. Okay, we got the Transcendent Growth Potion. That's a 270 potion, right? I think I'm crazy? Yes, that's a 270 potion. Okay, so this character's got some stuff we need to put over to the Kana. I believe is going to be what's going to get that. By the way, was my Kana 276? No, it's 275 about to go to 276. Okay. We need 100 mobs and then we're done. Alright, another set of dailies completed. Slowly but surely making my way to maxing out my symbols. Slowly but surely. Ah yes, the random hiccup. Gotta love it. Was that a great drop rate? That was okay. Boop. Boopity boop boop boop. Do 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 do. Into here.
Still blind to the difference between...
Oh, this is a bad idea. It hit me, of course. Well, time to run around for 5 seconds while we wait to be able to change our stuff. Alright, that worked out. We're good! To the killing. Before I forget to do this again. Nope. Why? Okay, I hate how escape closes this menu sometimes, and other times it doesn't. Captured alley. Are we at 210 yet of the glorious graduations? No, it doesn't show me it anymore, so now I have to just do it this way from Pink Bane, Campus Store, over to this. Roll down here, grab this. We don't have enough of these done. Alright, well, surely after the run we'll be done that, I guess. We're at like 2 of 6, so I guess we're 2 of 7 now or something like that. Yeah, I've done some basic math and thought about it and realized we're not at 210 yet. Which is not ideal. That's the map I'm in. Let's go to Drowsy Autumn. It's weird to see soul Urdas on these characters because like so many of these characters just sit capped the whole time that I'm like surprised when I see soul Urdas on the ground. Yay! I again didn't activate the rune, but we'll just do it on the next map because why not? And done. Nope, wrong thing. We want to go to bottom deck. To the next map, and then we have the Ren's dailies to do, and after the Ren we will be done all the dailies for the day. And then I gotta go type out to Billy a bunch of stuff. And we will be good to go. I don't know how many days it'll be with the monster perks at 280 to get level up to 285. I could go figure that out right now, but I think I'll leave the surprise to see. Up we go, and grab that. And done. Alright, to the next character. We also have the Mystic Frontiers to turn in on this character, I believe. I think they should be done by now. We'll find out. Might not be, but... We have an orange pouch here. Will we get rewarded with something good? Black Flames and Trade Boost Potion. I'd say that's pretty good. And, okay. Yeah, we have all these to turn in, and then we just gotta wait the timers out to resend them out. Whoa there, Rin. Whoa. I don't think you need to be in bossing mode for Golux. Then you can just stay on your drop set and you can still murder Golux. I don't think it needs to be that overkilled. Should have just used my freaking. Should have just used my Sunt. I don't know why I didn't. And we get a little bit of stuff. Go into here, we go to the next, and then we do dailies after that, and we'll be done.
Still blind to the difference between...
Okay, swap to the farm set, pop the... There we go. Pop those, and we go through the maps. Will we get any fragments or anything? Feels weird being done symbols. I'm always like, it still baffles me. It's like, oh, I'm actually done these symbols. Like, sure, it's just the surname symbol that I'm completed on characters so far, but I'm getting closer. The Cadena is getting closer to finishing off some other symbols, so it's like, it's just gonna stop doing dailies at some point with those. It's crazy to think. Like, you actually finished the dailies. My audio got weird? I didn't touch anything. Is it still weird? Yeah, I don't know. Is it still weird? Because, like, on my end, nothing has changed whatsoever. Like, my mic didn't move, I'm sitting in the same position. Talking normally. Sounds a little robotic. Oh, I dropped some frames! Oh. I see. Okay, well we dropped some frames, so that's very rare that that happens. But that might explain the robot voice for whatever reason, like it's just having issues. Because there's nothing else, like, yeah, everything else is fine. Man, that's the first time I see that drop frame thing happen in a long time. It's very rare that I have any, like, connection issues. Usually if there's connection issues, like, the stream's dead. Because the internet went out or the power went out because of something crazy. Well, I was about to end stream either way, so it's, I guess it'll be good. Hopefully the robotic voice goes away, but if not, well, we get to deal with a little bit robotic voice for the end of the stream. Hopefully this is not permanent in any shape or form and it goes back to normal, but, you know, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Hey, a fragment. I think I need a lot of these still for the next sprung thing. Hello, precision. Yeah, I still need 10. That's not that much, actually. And we need 80 mobs. Alright, well, that is that done. I'm going to be ending stream here. Hopefully my voice isn't robotic, but if it is, we'll have to deal with it. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some more bossing and stuff. As always, if you're not already following on Twitch, give me a follow on Twitch. If you're on the YouTube side of things, give me a like and a sub over there. And if you want to join the Discord, here is the Discord link as always. And here is it on YouTube. Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of bossing most likely, because I'm going to figure out all the bossing stuff for tomorrow. Or, well, for Saturday, I should say, with Billy. And I did drop frames, so it could have been, you know, it could have been on my end. But either way. Well, that's good to know. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. As always, may everybody have a good rest of your day, night, or evening, wherever you are. And may RNG favor you better than it does me. I'm going to go raid Kiku now. Raid Kiku Zato. I'm going to send you guys over there. We'll check out what he's doing. And I'm go figure out my bossing thing to see what I can do tomorrow and what's happening.